Kam kënaqësinë në emër të organizatorëve të eventit kompanisë RMC t'ju uroj mirëseardhje në Safety Gala Albania. Unë jam Iri Saraçi dhe do të jem moderatori i këtij eventi. Safety Gala Albania është pasuesi i 5 eventeve të suksesshme, Tirana Gas Pipeline Safety Workshops, të cilat kanë synuar përmirësimin e njohurive mbi sigurinë në punë në sektorin e gazit natyror në Shqipëri. Kjo iniciativë RMC është në fakt një program i ngritjes së kapaciteteve për të ofruar një forum të hapur për sigurinë në punë në sektorin publik dhe privat, në nivel biznesi apo institucional, por edhe për shoqërinë në tërësi. Të dyja eventet zhvillohen në kujdesin e Ministrisë së Infrastrukturës dhe Energjisë në bashkëpunim me Management Force Group dhe me mbështetjen e ambasadës greke në Shqipëri. Ashtu si që jeni informuar, eventi është i organizuar në 4 sesione, ku në fund të çdo sesioni mund të drejtoni pyetjet tuaja. Eventi gjithashtu ndiqet edhe online në platforma. Tani pa humbur kohë, le të ftojmë inxhinierin e sigurisë në punë të hotelit për të na bërë një instruktim të shkurtër mbi sigurinë në hotel.
Përshëndetje, mirëseardhjen në ambientet tona. Unë jam Albert Smeta, menaxheri i teknikës dhe do mundohem në pak fjalë t'ju shpjegoj se çfarë mund të bëni në një moment të një emergjence, qoftë kjo razjarri tërmeti apo gjithçka tjetër. Në sallën ku jemi, kemi disa shenja sinjalizimi që tregojnë rrugët e daljes në momentin e një emergjence. Si shikoni, 2 janë hyrjet kryesore dhe 2 të tjera janë mbrapsmeje në pas perdeve. Mjaft që tapësh perdet dhe dera që është mbrapa mund të hapet me njerë sapo të prek dorëzën. Në çastin e emergjencës, drejtoni direkt nga dyert e emergjencës dhe dyert kryesore dhe dilni me njerë në hallin e ashensorëve. Por ju lutem mos e përdorni në asnjë rast ashensorin sepse është ndaluar rreptësisht në këto raste. Do merrni shkallët e emergjencës, të cilat janë 2 dhe janë të gjitha, nuk konvergojnë me njëra tjetrën dhe ju zbresin tek kati i 0. Tek kati 0 do dilni nga shkallët e emergjencës dhe do dilni në recepcion. Në momentin që keni dalë në recepcion, aty vetë personeli ju drejton për të dalë nga dyert e emergjencës tek pjesa e le të themi kopshtit që është përjashtë mbas flamurëve, ku bëhet mbledhja e gjithë personave që kanë qenë në sallë. Kjo bëhet për arsye sigurie që të bëhet edhe apeli i personave që kanë marrë pjesë dhe nëse në rast se ka ngelur dikush pas të shkojnë edhe për të shpëtuar. Uroj që mos ketë një problem të tillë dhe ta kaloni sa më mirë. Faleminderit.
Faleminderit. Tani më lejoni të ftoj prezantuesit e sesionit të parë të zënë vendet e tyre në panel dhe sipas radhës të mbajnë fjalën për prezantimin e tyre. Ftojmë përfaqësuesin e ambasadës greke në Tiranë, zotin Babis Papadopoulos, sekretari i parë i zyrës për çështjet ekonomike dhe tregtare. Gjithashtu, zonjën Eda Beqiri, shefe e sektorit të mbikëqyrjes së shëndetit dhe sigurisë në punë, pranë inspektoratit të shtetëror të punës dhe shërbimeve sociale. Si dhe zotin Robert Hysenllari, drejtori i drejtorisë së gatishmërisë dhe përgjigjes emergjente. Ju lutem zini vend panel. Zoti Papadopoulos, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning. Do you mind if I close this for 1 second?
No problem.
I will not be needing this, just a few words. But don't be scared, the 2 pages, but they're large font, so it's going to be only a few moments. Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. On behalf of Ambassador Sofia Filippidou and the Embassy of Greece, I would like to welcome you today to Safety Gala 2022, an initiative whose origins date back to 2015, so 7 years ago now already, and has ever since been endorsed by both our embassy and the Albanian Ministry of Infrastructure and Energy. The primary focus of this gala, obviously, in all its iterations throughout the years, has been safety. Safety of pipelines, safety in the oil and gas industry, safety in the more or less technical terms. Yet, and I'm sure you are aware of this, safety is a far more multifaceted and deep-rooted notion than this technical one. Safety entails a profound care for the well-being of people. It warrants safeguarding their health and welfare of the people. Safety involves the development of best practices and the exchange of know-how between all partners. Safety requires raising of public awareness on safety issues, on all kinds of safety issues. Safety puts special emphasis nowadays on the protection of the environment, on environmental issues. And at the end of the day, safety needs to become part of our social and corporate culture on our way to a more sustainable development and a more prosperous future for Albania, for Greece, for the European Union, for all countries. In other words, we need a more holistic approach to safety. In this context, it comes as no surprise that all international organizations, all international donors, the EBRD, the World Bank, the IMF, the EU per se, have been including for years now provision and clauses on safety issues in all their international contracts and cooperations throughout the world, including Albania, obviously. And that all major multinational corporations throughout the world have detailed safety plans, not only for their internal operation, but also for their social and environmental footprint. Having had the opportunity to speak privately to Mr. Panopoulos, yesterday, the architect behind the Management Force Group, our organizers here today, I know that is the way that his company, his associates, himself, that's the way they understand safety, as a structural component in every company's or entity's culture, as a building block by design and not as an add-on later on in the process or a necessary evil. And Mr. Panopoulos obviously is here in person to prove this to you later on in the conference. With this, I don't want to linger any longer, take up more of your time. I would like to wish the organizer of this event and you, the attendees, successful outcome, and convey again Ambassador Philippidis' warmest regards. Thank you.
Faleminderit, Zoti Papadopoulos. Ju lutem, zini vend në panel. Fjala është për ju zonja Aida Veqiri, shefe e sektorit të mbikëqyrjes së shëndetit dhe sigurisë në punë, pranë Inspektoratit Shtetëror të Punës dhe Shërbimeve Sociale.
Në radhë të parë, dua t'ju përshëndes të gjithëve dhe ju falenderoj për ftesën në këtë event shumë të rëndësishëm në raport me sigurinë dhe shëndetin në punë. Eva, një që ta më shumë se harrova dhe suzë. Ja, s'ka. Në fakt, Inspektorati Shtetëror I Punës dhe Shërbimeve Shoqërore është një institucion ekzekutiv që aktualisht është në varësi të Ministrisë Financave dhe Ekonomisë. Sigurisht Inspektorati daton që nga viti 1995 një institucion I cili ka qenë një strukturë brenda Ministrisë së Punës dhe çështjeve sociale dhe në këto vite ka pësuar ndryshime dhe zhvillim hap pas hapi. Misioni i përgjithshëm i Inspektoratit Shtetëror të Punës është kontrolli, konstatimi, këshillimi,
Nuk e di.
njoftimi, formimi, zbutja e konflikteve, parandalimi dhe në fund është sankcionimi. Inspektorati Shtetëror i Punës dhe Shërbimeve Shoqërore ka për detyrë të sigurojë zbatimin e dispozitave ligjore për kushtet e punës, mbrojtjen e punëmarrësve, në ushtrimin e profesionit të tyre, kozgjatjen e punës, pagat, sigurinë, higjienën dhe mirëqenien, punësimin e fëmijëve dhe grave, si dhe çështje të tjera që lidhen ngushtë me to. Gjithashtu, një nga detyrat kryesore të inspektoriatit është të vërë dhe në dijeni autoritetet përgjegjëse për mangësitë dhe abuzimet që mbulohen në mënyrë të veçantë nga dispozitat ligjore në fuqi, si dhe të propozoj mjete dhe instrumentet e nevojshme për përmirësimin e gjendjes. Që nga viti 2013, Inspektorati Shtetëror i Punës e kryen procesin e inspektimit nëpërmjet portalit e inspection, ku inspektoriati është përdorues, ndërkohë që administrimin e këtij portali e bën Inspektoriati Qendror sipas ligjit 10.433 për inspektimin në Republikën e Shqipërisë. Nga këto ndryshime gjithashtu na ka lindur nevoja hap pas hapi që ne të përmirësojmë punën tonë dhe të ndërhyjmë atje ku kemi nevoja më emergjente. Dhe në këtë kuadër kemi të zhvilluar aktualisht një platformë vetëm për institucionin tonë, që më përpara ne i quani matrica e dënimeve, ku aktualisht i kemi vënë emrin platforma ndërgjegjësuese, e cila përdoret si nga punëdhënësit, ashtu dhe nga inspektorët e punës. Nga inspektorët e punës për të hedhur çështjet e inspektimit, ndërsa për punëdhënësit të shikoj veten në raport me zbatimin e legjislacionit të punës. Përsa i takon kësaj platforme, një nga objektivat e vitit 2021 për inspektoriatin ka qenë zhvillimi dhe përmirësimi i kësaj platforme, ku aktualisht jemi dhe në përmirësim të kësaj platforme në kuadër të një projekti të ILOS e SAP 2. Gjithashtu, që nga viti 2021 në shkurt, është miratuar struktura e re e Inspektoriatit të Punës, e cila tashmë ka pësuar ndryshime dhe përbëhet nga 3 drejtori në drejtorinë qendrore dhe 6 drejtori rajonale, ku përfshihen 12 zyra inspektimi në punë në gjithë vendin, e cila drejtohet nga kryeinspektori. Gjithashtu, ne vazhdojmë të zhvillojmë platformën dhe kjo ka një qëllim të rëndësishëm, pra që të kemi një regjistër subjektesh aktiv të pa inspektuara më parë, apo dhe me historik inspektimi, ku mbi bazë koeficientësh për elemente të rëndësishëm, siç janë lloji i aktivitetit, numri i punëmarrësve, apo historiku mbi nivelin e zbatimit të dispozitave ligjore nga inspektimet e mëparshme, dhe element të lënë në vëmendje nga inspektimet e kryera, të konfigurojë një listë biznesesh në vëmendje për t'u inspektuar. Gjithashtu, bazuar në ndryshimet e fundit, dokumentacioni i inspektimit normalisht kërkon një përmirësim në drejtim të informacionit, që ai duhet realisht të pasqyrojë. Informacion ky i projektuar për të qenë pjesë e analizës së rrezikut për një mirë planifikim inspektimi dhe vëmendje të dispozitave ligjore të cilat gjejnë vështirësi në zbatim, apo dhe element të fushave që prek inspektimi i punës të pambuluara me dispozita ligjore. Një nga elementët thelbësor që kontrollon Inspektoriati Shtetëror i Punës është siguria dhe shëndeti në punë. Cilësia dhe niveli i sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë dhe kushteve të punës paraqesin në një kontekst më të gjerë zhvillimin kulturor, social dhe ekonomik të shoqërisë. Përmirësimi i sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë sigurohet përmes zbatimit të masave parandaluese. Parandalimi i rreziqeve është fitim dhe jo shpenzim. Fitim për biznesin, sepse kontribon në kualitetin, eficiencën, produktivitetin dhe suksesin e kompanisë, fitim për punëmarrësit, sepse kontribon në shëndetin, mbrojtjen dhe mirëqenien e tyre. Siguria dhe shëndeti në punë ka një ndikim të rëndësishëm ekonomik për një kompani, vend dhe komunitet. Mbrojtja e sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë është bërë kriter i konkurencës dhe besueshmërisë së një kompanie. Aktualisht, legjislacioni për sigurinë dhe shëndetin në punë, siç e dimë që nga viti 2010 që është miratuar ligji i sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë, është plotësuar me akte nënligjore të cilat kanë transpozuar direktivat europiane. Nuk është problemi që a kemi një legjislacion, se legjislacionin aktualisht e kemi dhe e kemi pothuajse të mirë plotësuar dhe në nivelet e Bashkimit Evropian, por problemi më i madh që hasim ne është implementimi i këtyre dispozitave ligjore. Dhe sfidat që ka Inspektoriati Shtetëror i Punës janë minimizimin e punësimit informal duke konsideruar problem shumë serioz të ekonomisë, ashtu siç dhe në fakt është një prioritet dhe angazhim shumë serioz i të gjithë qeverisë, pasi është i qartë se në kushtet e një punëmarrësi informal nuk mund të flitet më për të drejtat që i takojnë. Zhvillimi i mëtejshëm i platformës ndërgjegjësuese, duke synuar që kjo platformë të jetë e aksesueshme dhe nga punëdhënës dhe punëmarrës në drejtim të marrjes së informacionit bazë mbi detyrimet e legjislacionit të punës. Ruajtja e cilësisë së procesit të inspektimit, duke filluar që nga planifikimi i inspektimeve e deri tek performanca e inspektorëve të punës. Orientimi dhe forcimi i kontrolleve në sektorët me risk të lartë për aksidente në punë dhe sëmundje profesionale. Rritja e përfshirjes të punëmarrësve në çështjet e sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë dhe rritja e efektivitetit të këshillave të sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë. Rritja e ndërgjegjësimit të popullatës për çështjet e sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë nëpërmjet fushatave sensibilizuese në nivel kompanie, rajonal dhe kombëtar. Rritja e bashkëpunimit me aktorë të tjerë që operojnë në fushën e sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë, organizatat e punëdhënësve, punëmarrësve, sindikatat, shoqërinë civile e tjerë. Dhe një nga sfidat madhore që ka Inspektoriati për të ardhmen është minimizimi i aksidenteve me pasojë vdekje dhe rritja e ndërgjegjësimit të punëdhënësve për deklarim të çdo ngjarje, incidenti apo aksidenti në punë pranë institucionit tonë. Qëllimi i kësaj sfide është ndërtimi i një shtegu të qartë për përmirësimin dhe zhvillimin e shërbimeve inspektuese. Nëpërmjet saj ne synojmë që jo vetëm Inspektoriati i Punës të kontribuojë në arritjen e vendeve të denja të punës, por dhe përfshirjen e më shumë institucioneve, organizatave të punëdhënësve, punëmarrësve, shoqërisë civile dhe opinionit për ta bërë më produktiv vendin e punës, nga e cila përfitojmë të gjithë, pasi të gjithë jemi të bindur që cilësia dhe niveli i sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë e kushtet e punës paraqesin një zhvillim të gjerë të lartë ekonomik të shoqërisë. Ato gjithashtu përfaqësojnë një të drejtë themelore njerëzore, të drejtën për mbrojtje të jetës dhe shëndetit dhe të drejtën e punonjësve për të pasur kushte të denja pune. Ju faleminderit.
Shumë faleminderit. Faleminderit zonja Beqiri. Tani fjalën e ka zoti Robert Hysellari, drejtori i Drejtorisë së Gatishmërisë dhe Përgjigjes Emergjente.
Mirëmëngjes gjithëve. Faleminderit për ftesën që na keni bërë në lidhje me për të brifuar për Agjencinë Kombëtare të Mbrojtjes Civile, në sistemin e mbrojtjes civile dhe emergjencat civile. Unë jam Robert Hysellari, drejtori i Drejtorisë Gatishmërisë dhe Koordinimit të Përgjigjes Emergjente në Agjencinë Kombëtare të Mbrojtjes Civile. Nuk e di sa informacioni keni në lidhje me Agjencinë Kombëtare të Mbrojtjes Civile, por unë do mundohem që dhe gjatë prezantimit tim të më shoj dhe të shpjegoj të gjithë institucionin dhe detyrat, misionin që ai ka. Në slajdin e parë që kam nxjerr, jo më kot kam nxjerr një hartë e cila në tërësinë e vet përfaqëson rreziqet që kanë ose në territorin e Republikës së Shqipërisë. Shqipëria është e prekur dhe ekspozuar ndaj 7 fatkeqësive që kanë të bëjnë me tërmetet, përmbytjet, zjarret, rrëshqitet e dherave, gora e madhe, orteqet, aksidentet industriale, të cilat dhe për diskutimin e sotëm për siguria që çelë si suksesi tek aksidentet, përfshihen dhe në të gjithë bazën ligjore dhe në aktivitetin e Agjencisë Kombëtare të Mbrojtjes Civile, si dhe epidemitë dhe pandemitë, të cilët trajtohen nga Agjencia Kombëtare e Mbrojtjes Civile dhe nga ligji. Këto janë disa çështjet të prezantimit për të kaluar kësaj si ç'është mbrojtja civile. Ashtu siç edhe shohim, është një ngrehin, një banesë e cila qëndron në 3 shtylla kryesore, bazuar në ligjin numër 45 për mbrojtjen civile. Duhet bëjmë dije që në 2019 dhe në janar 2020 ka filluar funksionimin Agjencia Kombëtare e Mbrojtjes Civile në bazë të ligjit miratuar në Parlamentin, ligjin numër 45 për mbrojtjen civile. Natyrisht dhe më parë ka pasur një ligj 2001 që ka ekzistuar emergjenca civile, por në bazë të pjesëmarrjes së adorimit të Shqipërisë në disa organizma ndërkombëtar, u doli e nevojshme që nga emergjenca civile të kalohet në një sistem tjetër, sistemi i mbrojtjes civile, që është një gamë me gjërë për mbulimin e të gjithë fatkeqësive, vlerësimeve, angazhimeve të gjithë strukturave të sistemit të mbrojtjes civile, që do ta shpjegojmë edhe më poshtë. Pra, mbrojtja civile mbështetet në 3 kolona. Kolona e parë ka të bëjë me zvogëlimin e rrezikut nga fatkeqësitë, kolona e dytë ka të bëjë me sistemin e mbrojtjes civile dhe e treta natyrisht është financimi ose buxhetimi për këtë sistem. Misioni është ai që ne shohim për krijimin e kushteve për një shoqëri të aftë për të marrë masa parandaluese, reaguese, menaxhuese, me qëllim që të rritim sigurinë e jetës qytetarëve, pronës, trashëgimit kulturore dhe çdo aspekt tjetër që ka të bëjë me mbrojtjen civile dhe emergjencën civile në Republikën e Shqipërisë. Një aspekt që e përmenda është zvogëlimi i rrezikut nga fatkeqësitë, i cili ka të bëjë me parandalimin e rrezikeve të reja, zvogëlimin e atyre ekzistuese dhe menaxhimin e rrezikut mbetur. Në tërësinë e vet, zvogëlimi i rrezikut paraqitet në një formë diagrame, i cila në ekranin e majt kemi paraqitur të gjitha hapat që duhet për sa i përket zvogëlimit të rrezikut. Kuadri Sendai i vitit 2015 dhe Shqipëria aderon në këtë kuadër Sendai, për vendet që aderojnë aty vuri detyrim që vendet pjesëmarrëse në këtë kuadër Sendai, të krijojnë dhe të kenë strategjinë kombëtare të zvogëlimit të rrezikut, duke bërë dhe vlerësimin e rrezikut. Dhe në këtë kuadër, vlerësimi i rrezikut në përgjithësi ka identifikimin e saktë dhe të periodik të monitorimit të rrezikut nga fatkeqësitë, ulja e efekteve të faktorëve shkatërrues, zbutja e pasojave negative, investimin në parandalimin e zvogëlimit të rrezikut, krijimin e kulturës dhe sigurisë për sa i përket fatkeqësive, identifikimin e bashkëpunimit të gjithë institucioneve dhe strukturave dhe krijimin e procedurave të sakta dhe të cilat do të jenë menaxhuese për të bërë menaxhimin e një fatkeqësie. Ky është dokumenti i parë i zvogëlimit të rrezikut që ne aktualisht Agjencia Kombëtare e Mbrojtjes Civile është në punë dhe është duke e përgatitur këtë dokument në të cilin do të përfshihen të gjitha fatkeqësitë dhe plus vlerësimit që do bëhet, e vlerësimit të rrezikut do arrihet dhe në përcaktimin e elementeve në rrezik, pra çfarë këto fatkeqësi dhe çfarë dëmtojnë dhe sa është shkalla e dëmtimit të tyre, me qëllim që do kalojmë tek strategjia kombëtare e zhvillimit të riskut, e cila është një dokumenti i dytë i Agjencisë Kombëtare që ka drejtimin e Agjencia Kombëtare e Mbrojtjes Civile, që është dokument bazë strategjike e Republikës Shqipërisë për çdo politika dhe aktivitetet e institucioneve dhe strukturave qendrore dhe mendore, si dhe të gjithë subjekteve të menaxhimit të riskut nga fatkeqësisë. Strategjia kombëtare e cila është në përpunim dhe do të po përfundon, plus politikave kryesore që do të ketë se si Shqipëria në 5 vitet e ardhshme do të konceptojë dhe menaxhojë riskjet nga fatkeqësitë dhe të gjithë sistemin e mbrojtjes civile, dhe më e rëndësishmja e kësaj dokumenti është që në fund fare të dalim me një program ekonomik me një sistem 5 vjeçar, i cili do të ketë në të gjitha hapësirën e institucioneve dhe niveleve që ka nivelin qendror, nivelin në qarku dhe në nivele bashkie. Ky dokument do të përfshi planin ekonomik, i cili do të realizohet nga qeveria shqiptare dhe Agjencia Kombëtare, me qëllim që Shqipëria të mos jetë me të dalim nga harta e vlerësimit si një nga vendet më të ekspozuara nga fatkeqësive, por në këtë dokument dhe me këtë plan ekonomik, Shqipëria të mos jetë më e ekspozuar. Pra, ka të bëjë me masat parandaluese, rehabilituese dhe ngritjen e një sistemi efektiv dhe të profesional për të ndërhyrë dhe për të menaxhuar fatkeqësitë. Natyrisht, dokumenti tjetër strategjik i qeverisë së Shqipërisë është plani kombëtar. Plani kombëtar ka të bëjë, është një dokument kryesor përgjithsisht për të gjithë strukturat, pa institucionet dhe strukturat e sistemit të mbrojtjes civile, i cili do të jetë është një filozofi ose procedurë standarde se si do të veprojnë të gjithë strukturat e sistemit të mbrojtjes civile për të menaxhuar një fatkeqësi. Çdo element i këtij plani ka të bëjë me atë që integrohen të gjithë planet sektorial të ministrive, të subjekteve private, të agjencive të ndryshme, pra çdo agjenci, struktura private që operon në territorin e Republikës Shqipërisë duhet të integrohet me planin kombëtar të emergjencave civile, me qëllim që të marrë shërbimin, ne të rrisim sigurinë e qytetarëve në atë parë, por dhe të marrë, domethënë, shërbimin e nevojshëm nga strukturat operacionale në nivelin qendror që ka Republika e Shqipërisë. Natyrisht, po kaloj tek kolona e dytë, sistemi i mbrojtjes civile. Pra, e para ishte zhvillimi i riskut, e dyta është sistemi i mbrojtjes civile. Tek kjo kolonë janë institucionet dhe strukturat që përbëjnë sistemin e mbrojtjes civile. Institucionet janë institucionet shtetërore, private dhe organizatat e tjera, njëkohësisht dhe strukturat operacionale që do i shohim më poshtë. Institucionet kryesore janë Kuvendi i Republikës Shqipërisë, i cili ka disa detyra në lidhje me fushën e mbrojtjes civile, që miraton zgjatjen e afatit treditor të shpalljes së gjendjes të fatkeqësisë, miraton buxhetin e Agjencisë Kombëtare të Mbrojtjes Civile, miraton planet dhe projektet strategjike të Agjencisë Kombëtare të Mbrojtjes Civile, po dhe të ministrive lider, të cilët lider në fushën e mbrojtjes civile. Këshilli i Ministrave është institucioni kryesor që bën drejtimin e menaxhimit e fatkeqësive në aspektin e miratimit të strategjisë kombëtare, dhënies së buxhetit për Agjencinë Kombëtare të Mbrojtjes Civile dhe disa detyra të tjera që ka Këshilli i Ministrave. Tek slajdi që shihni janë në dy kolona, është Komiteti i Mbrojtjes Civile dhe Komiteti Ndërministror i Emergjencave Civile. Si institucion, si komitet permanent i vazhdueshëm është Komiteti i Mbrojtjes Civile. Është i krijuar ky komitet, funksionon Komiteti i Mbrojtjes Civile, i cili ka disa detyrë, drejtohet nga Ministri i Mbrojtjes, nga Ministri i Përgjegjës për mbrojtjen civile, dhe është komiteti i cili funksionon deri në shpalljen e gjendjes së fatkeqësisë. Por në momentin që shpallet gjendja e fatkeqësisë, krijohet Komiteti Ndërministror i Emergjencave Civile. do ta shpjegoj më poshtë në mënyrën e funksionimit të këtyre dy komiteteve, por duhet të ndalë që poshtë që është Ministria e Mbrojtjes, Ministritë dhe institucionet qendrore. Ministria e Mbrojtjes është ministria përgjithëse për mbrojtjen civile. Dhe Agjencia Kombëtare është në fushën e përgjegjësisë të Ministrisë së Mbrojtjes dhe drejtori i agjencisë varet nga Ministri i Mbrojtjes. Kemi agjenci kombëtare, qendrat e mbrojtjes civile që janë në varësi të agjencisë kombëtare në 4 rajone, janë qendrat krijuara dhe komunikimi dhe bashkëpunimi midis pushtetit lokal, qendrave dhe agjencisë kombëtare mbrojtje civile për marrjen dhe përpunimin sa më shpejt të informacionit dhe përgjigjja që do të bëjë strukturat të jetë e shpejtë dhe profesionale, dhe Komisioni Teknik Këshillimor që në të cilin kalojnë të gjitha vendimet që merren për këshillim. Tek ministritë dhe institucionet qendrore do të përmend janë rreth 9 ministri, të cilat quhen ministri lider në fushën e emergjencave civile, se në bazë të ligjit numër 25 kanë detyrime për sa i përket mbrojtjes civile. Ministrit lider që përcaktojnë ligji, që nga Ministria e Mbrojtjes, Ministria e Brendshme, Ministria e Infrastrukturës, Ministria e Energjisë, Ministria e Përgjithshme, pra gjithmonë për shëndetësinë dhe ministritë të tjera, ministritë të cilat kanë hartojnë planet e tyre dhe ngrejnë strukturat e tyre për sistemin e mbrojtjes civile. Në Komiteti Ndërministor i Emergjencave Civile krijohet kur shpallet gjendja e fatkeqësisë. Në momentin që Këshilli i Ministrave shpall gjendjen e fatkeqësisë, lidhet Komiteti i Mbrojtjes Civile në varësi të zyrtarit kryeministrit, por dhe të një ministri tjetër, i cili është ministër për mbrojtjen, ose ministri lider në atë fushë, për shembull në përmbytje ose në bllokimin e Bora, ministrit përgjithëse, dhe caktojnë drejtuesin qendror të operacionit për menaxhimin e kësaj fatkeqësie. Institucionet dhe strukturat në nivelin vendor, që është në nivel prefekti dhe në nivel qarku dhe në nivel vendor, në nivel bashkie dhe njësi administrative, në nivel prefekti, në nivel prefekture qarku është Komiteti i Mbrojtjes Civile, si institucioni kryesor që është në varësi të prefektit, por dhe që diskuton dhe është vendimarrës në angazhimin dhe në zvogëlimin e rrezikave fatkeqësisë, por dhe në angazhimin e trupave operacional të vetat dhe trupat operacional që vjen nga niveli qendror, pra nga trupat që janë nga Agjencia Kombëtare e Mbrojtjes Civile, cakton drejtuesin e operacionit në nivel qarku. Nëse fatkeqësia i kalon në nivelin e 2 drejtpashkive, atëherë menaxhimin e fatkeqësisë realizon prefekti. Pra prefekti, duke caktuar drejtuesin e operacionit, është përgjegjës kryesor për menaxhimin e kësaj fatkeqësie. Krijon strukturat e nevojshme, ashtu si dhe në krahun tjetër është bashkia, e cila me strukturat e veta që ka, por që duhet të theksojmë që bashkia ka dhe struktura operacionale që duhet i ketë si shërbimet nga zjarri dhe shpëtimi, ashtu dhe ka dhe strukturat të tjera të krijuara, po ka dhe strukturat të tjera të cilat dhe në bazë të ligjit dhe në bazë të akteve ligjore që kanë dalë, i kontrakton në momentin që do ndodh fatkeqësia dhe i përdor në kohën që ata i duan. Forcat operacionale në nivelin qendror janë bazuar dhe në ligjin, janë këto forcat, janë shërbimi i mbrojtjes nga zjarri dhe shpëtimi, shërbimi forcat armatosura, policia e shtetit, shërbimi vullnetar për mbrojtjen civile dhe shërbimi i urgjencës mjekësore dhe strukturat e tjera të shërbimit shëndetësor. Këto ministri dhe të gjitha ministritë të cilat kanë forca operacionale, pra këto 4 ministri kanë forca operacionale që janë përgjegjëse për kompletimin, trajnimin dhe përgatitjen e tyre dhe vënien e tyre në gatishmëri. Të gjitha këto ministrit i deklarojnë këto forca operacionale në qendrën kombëtare operacionale ose në Agjencinë Kombëtare të Mbrojtjes Civile. Kjo është skema e gatishmërisë për emergjenca civile. Siç e shohim aty është pak e ngarkuar, por të gjitha ato strukturat janë të raportuara dhe deklarohen në Agjencinë Kombëtare të Mbrojtjes Civile në qendrën kombëtare, e cila ka një shërbim 24 orë më 7 dhe merr informacionin, përpunon informacionin dhe komandon dhe drejton forcat operacionale në nivelin qendror, ato të 4 ministrive që unë përmenda më sipër. Të gjitha strukturat që ne shohim në këtë skemë janë të detyruara mbas ligjit detyruar mbas ligjit që të raportojnë për çdo informacion që ato kanë dhe çdo aktivitet tjetër që zhvillojnë në aspektin e mbrojtjes civile, dhe për më tepër, në momentin që ndodh fatkeqësia, këto vjen në gatishmëri dhe aktivizohen pranë qendrës kombëtare të mbrojtjes civile. Do shpjegoj vetëm, kjo është një temë shumë e gjerë dhe për kohën nuk mund të përqendrohem, nuk mund të jap të gjithë informacionin, por do përqendrohem vetëm në slide i cili ka të bëjë me menaxhimin e një fatkeqësie në nivelin qendror, nivelin qendror. Që do të thotë, në momentin që shpahet gjendja e fatkeqësisë natyrore, Këshilli i Ministrave krijon Komitetin Ndërministror të Emergjencave Civile, siç e shohim tek pjesa poshtë. Dhe në këtë komitet janë të gjithë ministritë e linjës dhe ministritë e tjera, institucionet qendrore dhe monitoruese. Komiteti Ndërministror i Emergjencave Civile emëron drejtuesin qendror të operacionit, siç mund ta shohim tek në pjesën e drejt poshtë është drejtuesi qendror i operacionit dhe qendra kombëtare operacionale e mbrojtjes civile vjen në vartësi të drejtuesit qendror të operacionit. Fatkeqësia fillon dhe menaxhohet në nivelin lokal nga bashkia. Bashkia me gjithë strukturat e veta që ka fillon bën menaxhimin. Në momentin që bashkitë nuk kanë kapacitetet e nevojshme për të menaxhuar këtë fatkeqësi, atëherë menaxhimi i saj kalon në nivel prefekture. Dhe duke angazhuar dhe kapacitetet e bashkive tjera në bazë të parimit të subsidiaritetit. Në momentin që kjo nuk mund të menaxhohet dhe nga prefektura, atëherë menaxhimi i saj kalon në nivelin qendror. Dhe është drejtuesi qendror i operacionit i cili merr në vartësi të gjithë strukturat operacionale të Republikës Shqipërisë dhe të gjithë strukturat e tjera që ofrohen nga vendet partnere dhe vendet të Bashkimit Evropian nëpërmjet qendrës RC-s ose dhe nëpërmjet qendrës Evropiane të koordinimit vendeve të NATO-s, po edhe marrëveshjeve që kemi realizuar midis vendeve domethënë kufitare. Pra, të gjithë fatkeqësinë, pra fazën e përgjigjes bazuar në planin kombëtar e menaxhon drejtuesi qendror i operacionit duke koordinuar të gjitha. Dhe efekti i këtij komiteti mbaron dhe përfundon dhe deri në komitetin ndërministror dhe deri në fazën e rindërtimit, i cili përcakton politikat e qarta dhe buxhetet financiare në bazë të vlerësimeve që bëhen nga të gjitha komisionet që ngrihen për fondet që duhet për të menaxhuar këtë fatkeqësi. Një element tjetër ose një dispozit tjetër ligjore është nëse fatkeqësia është për masa më të mëdha, Këshilli i Ministrave mund të krijojë dhe organizma të veçantë, siç u realizua për rastin e rënies tërmetit të datës 26 qershor, u krijua Ministria e Rindërtimit, pra krijon organizma të veçanta për menaxhimin e kësaj fatkeqësie. Pra e lejon ligji dhe që Këshilli i Ministrave të operojë dhe në këtë drejtim. Shumë shkurt sa për të ndodhja një fatkeqësie që ndodh në fatkeqësi jashtë në pushtetin ndodh në termin territor të një bashkie. Reagimi i parë është reagimi i pushtetit lokal. Reagimi i strukturave qendrore do ta them që natyrisht dhe pushteti lokal është i pari që vepron dhe krijon drejtuesin e operacionit, por me llojin e fatkeqësisë bashkëpunëtori lokal nuk mund të ketë gjitha kapacitetet dhe në këtë moment kemi struktura të posaçme të cilat angazhohen menjëherë në ndërhyrje në rast për shembull të një fatkeqësie industriale, aksident industrial, pushteti lokal nuk e ka kapacitetet, prandaj aktivizojmë menjëherë kapacitetet në nivelin qendror që duhet. Po reagimi i strukturave qendrore, prefekti kërkon ndihmë nga institucionet qendrore. Këshilli i Ministrave deklaron fatkeqësi natyrore. Agjencia Kombëtare këshillon ministrin dhe i cili ministri bën kërkesën Këshillit të Ministrave për shpalljen e gjendjes së fatkeqësisë. Futet në operacion plani kombëtar, drejtuesi Komitetit Ndërministror cakton drejtuesin e operacionit, mbështetje nga struktura qendrore, agjencitë kombëtare angazhohen dhe burimet janë aktivizuar dhe bëhet menaxhimi i fatkeqësisë. Edhe dy stase kam për të diskutuar, financimi. Natyrisht shtylla e tretë e ngrejinës ishte dhe financimi. Ky është burimi i financimit për sistemin e mbrojtjes civile dhe zvogëlim e riskut nga fatkeqësitë, duke filluar që nga buxheti i shtetit, i cili ka një buxhet të veçantë të posaçëm për sistemin e mbrojtjes civile, buxheti vjetor i çdo ministrie, i cili është 2 deri në 4%. Ministrit, 9 ministri që përmenda dhe 9 të cilat janë ministri lider, kanë buxhet të dedikuar në zërin e emergjencës civile, 2 deri në 4% nga buxheti i shtetit vetëm për mbrojtjen civile. Prandaj të gjitha mbështetje forcave personale dhe çdo aktivitet tjetër që duhet në masa parandaluese dhe rehabilituese në takon si ministri lider duhet të përdori fondin e përcaktuar nga buxheti i shtetit. Burimet financiare të AKMC-s, të Agjencisë Parakombëtare, pra që është buxheti i shtetit, donacione të ndryshme. Ju thash dhe përmenda që buxheti i agjencisë, ka shkak se është në fushën përgjegjësisë së mbrojtjes, buxheti i agjencisë miratohet në parlament si buxhet më vete për mbrojtjen civile dhe donacionet e tjera dhe burimet e tjera të ligjshme. Risi bën edhe në ligjin e ri që është bërë buxheti i bashkive. Në buxhetin e bashkive është përcaktuar një fond i përshtatshëm lapsus 2 deri 4, por është 4% taksative dhe jo 2 deri 4%, është fondi i kushtozuar i buxhetit të shtetit, ju jepet bashkive për zvogëlim e riskut nga fatkeqësitë dhe mbrojtjen civile. Ky buxhet është rregulluar me një akt në ligjor nga Agjencia Kombëtare e Mbrojtjes Civile që të përdoret me efektivitet për në këtë fushë dhe të mos t'i trasohet në aktivitete të tjera.
Do t'ju lutem pak sa të shurësimi.
Dhe fondet e tjera të cilat janë të ligjshme dhe përdoren që mund të përdoren nga ky është rreti i menaxhimit të fatkeqësive. Pjesa e parë është aktivitetet e menaxhimit të fatkeqësive, pjesa e dytë ka të bëjë me masat dhe aktivitetet e masat pas fatkeqësisë, që ka të bëjë me përgjigjen, rinkëmbjen dhe zhvillimin. Objektivi fillimtar është reagimi i integruar i burimeve dhe koordinimi efikas i të gjithë strukturave. Faleminderit.
Faleminderit për prezantimin zoti Sollari. Tani kemi 10 minuta në dispozicion, ju lutem bëni pyetjet tuaja për panelistët, nëse keni, ndjehuni të lirshëm.
Përshëndetje, quhem Frosina Gjino, jam përfaqësuese e shoqërisë civile. Kam një pyetje për inspektoriatin e punës. Dua të di portali që për zonjën Eda, portali që ka ngritur inspektoriati shtetëror i punës, në çfarë forme i përfshin elementët e sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë për bizneset? Sepse sigurisht portali ka marrëdhëniet e punës dhe sigurinë dhe shëndetin në punë dhe jam interesuar të di në çfarë formë portali përfshin sigurinë dhe shëndetin në punë. Faleminderit.
Faleminderit Frosina për pyetjen. Portali në fakt, siç e thash dhe në prezantimin tim, nuk është që është i krijuar apo i administruar nga inspektoriati, ne thjesht jemi përdorues. Është i miratuar me ligjin 10433 për inspektimin në Republikën e Shqipërisë, ku të gjithë inspektoriatet e punë, inspektoratet në Republikën e Shqipërisë operojnë në këtë portal, ku secili nga inspektoriatet ka fushën e vet të mbulimit, ku dhe inspektoriati shtetëror i punës e pasqyron procesin e inspektimit në formularët e miratuar nga inspektoriati qendror, por të hartuar nga inspektoriati i punës, ku në këto formular janë rubrikat si të sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë dhe ato të marrëdhënieve të punës. Nuk e di sa i qartë isha.
Pyetje tjetër?
Hello, good morning. José Alejandro Scuzzarello from Max Striker, Italia. I would like to ask also to the inspectorate for a new company coming into Albania, there is any support that we can get from the inspectorate in order to also do our best and collaborate the best in one of our projects? Thank you.
Përshëndetje. Për sa I përket një subjekti të ri të krijuar dhe çfarë mund të bëjë Inspektorati Shtetëror I Punës në këtë aspekt është që ka në procedurën e vet që e lejon ligji për inspektimin dhe Inspektoriatin Shtetëror të Punës në 634, I cili për çdo subjekt të ri ka në procesin e inspektimit, në inspektimin e parë të tij, ka këshillimin ku dhe jo më pa qëllim që në prezantimin tim gjëja e parë që u tha ishte misioni I Inspektoriatit Punës, pra është këshillimi, informimi, konstatimi e me radhë deri tek sankcionimi. Kështu që në momentin e parë çdo subjekt I cili do të operojë duhet të paraqitet pranë Inspektoriatit për të marrë një leje pune, ku sigurisht inspektori do të shkojë dhe do të verifikojë nëse subjekti I plotëson të tëra kushtet, si në drejtim të marrëdhënieve të punës, ashtu dhe të sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë, dhe më pas të fillojë veprimtarinë, dhe siç e thash dhe në inspektimin e parë, do të procedohet me këshillim që dhe punëdhënësi të zbatojë sa më korrekt legjislacionin e punës.
Faleminderit, Sonja Beqiri. Po. Ju lutem, teknika.
Thank you. Georgios Panopoulos. First, I would like to make a proposal to the organizers based on what Robert said. To explain what we're doing with civil protection, we would need a full session. So the next Safety Gala include a session about civil protection, providing that Robert will be positive to that. And my question to all of you is, do you think is a technical issue, is an economical issue, financing issue, or is a cultural issue to go the next steps and see some very concrete results and a good development? Thank you.
The question is for both of them. Okay. Zoti. Po. Nuk punon, nuk e morët pyetjen. Could you please translate, repeat once again the question, please? Nuk dëgjon përktimin.
The question is, if from your experience you have came to a conclusion that to proceed further and further developments is rather a technical issue or a financing issue or a cultural issue?
Pra cila është sfida financiare, teknike apo kulturore për ta çuar më tej?
Okay. Faleminderit për pyetjen. Unë e theksova dhe pjesa kryesore e këtij sistemi të mbrojtjes civile është dhe buxhetimi dhe financimi I sistemit. Natyrisht është një element kryesor I cili në bazë të një vlerësimi që do të vlerësimi I riskut dhe për të gjitha fatkeqësitë dhe planit ekonomik të qeverisë së Republikës së Shqipërisë dhe të donacioneve të tjera që do merren për të menaxhuar këtë risk. Por nuk është vetëm dhe nuk do ndaloj probleme financiare deri në këtë plan, por aspekti financiar dhe siç e përdorin dhe vendet e Bashkimit Evropian do të përdorin dhe burimet e tjera financiare, qoftë nga banka botërore dhe të cilat janë disa projekte për tu diskutuar dhe projekte të cilat që kanë të bëjnë dhe me sigurimin dhe banesave, sigurimin e të gjithë bizneseve, e kultura bujësore e tjera, të cilat nuk do të jenë thjesht vetëm në aspektin financiar e mbulohen nga buxheti i shtetit, por kjo shkallë, ky hap do kalohet në një stap tjetër, për sa i përket sigurimit të gjithë procesit sigurimit që duhet bërë dhe që duhet një ligj dhe do të organizohet dhe një diskutim i gjerë në lidhje me këtë fushë, sepse siç ndodhi tërmeti 26 nëntorit, të gjithë aktivitetin dhe të gjithë mbështetjen financiare është e qeverisë së Republikës së Shqipërisë dhe donatorëve të tjerë. Kështu që në të ardhmen mendohet që të kalohet në një stad tjetër për menaxhimin dhe për financimin
Faleminderit.
Për sa i përket Inspektoriatit Shtetëror të Punës dhe për ta bërë sa më mirë misionin, ta kryer sa më mirë misionin që ka, sigurisht që ana financiare është buxheti, çfarë buxheti përmban Inspektoriati në raport me institucionet e tjera në varësi të Ministrisë Financave, sigurisht që ka një domethënie të madhe për kryerjen sa më eficiente të këtij procesi, pasi dhe numri i inspektorëve që aktualisht ne kemi në terren mbulon me proces inspektimi pothuajse 6% të subjekteve që operojnë në Shqipëri. Kështu që kjo është sigurisht që është një sfidë shumë e madhe. Ato janë programet dhe buxheti që miratohet nga qeveria, por ne me kërkesat tona të herpashershme i kemi kërkuar këto. Dhe sigurisht po të kemi një numër më të lartë inspektorësh do mbulohen me inspektim, por jo vetëm. Është dhe ndërgjegjësimi i ndërthurur bashkë me mënyrën e inspektimit. Nëse do kemi një ndërgjegjësim të gjithë punëdhënësve, punëmarrësve, institucioneve, sigurisht që do ishte edhe më eficiente situata në raport me sigurinë dhe shëndetin në punë. Në fakt, një grup nga ne sapo ka ardhur nga një vizitë studimore në Greqi, ku faktikisht Inspektoriati i Punës i këtij shteti sapo ishte miratuar ligji për daljen me buxhet më vete si institucion i pavarur. Gjë që ato, sipas pyetjeve dhe diskutimeve që ne patëm atje, mendohej që do ishte shumë më mirë për këtë institucion që do ishte i pavarur dhe do ishte me buxhet më vete, sepse do rrisnin dhe numrin e inspektorëve dhe do kishin një fuqi më të madhe në raport me zbatimin e legjislacionit aktual të vendit që operon atje.
Shumë faleminderit zonja Beqiri. Unë falenderoj panelistët e parë të sesionit parë, si dhe ftoj të zënë vend në panelistët e sesionit të dytë, zotin Dr. Georgios Panopoulos, i cili është CEO i Management Force Group. Please take your seat. Zotin Elton Sinamati, Senior HSE Advisor pranë kompanisë Shell, si dhe zotin Ufuk Dal nga OH&S Manager pranë Yildirim Group, si dhe zonjën Laura Vergara, Contract HSE Manager pranë HSE Corporate Voltalia. Ju lutem zgjidhni vendet tuaja në panel. Fillimisht e nisim me Dr. Panopoulos. Please. Your turn for the presentation.
They told me to be very quick. I'll try my best. Set my counter here. Right. Okay. Start. Well, Robert, thank you for your approach, because I will restructure the presentation in that way. And I restructure it into 3 pillars. The first pillar is that about sustainability of the event itself. And this stays sustainable because we have a great support from the Greek embassy in Albania. We have a great support from the Ministry of Infrastructure and Energy in Albania all these years from the very, very beginning. And I have to say here, it's the first event I've seen politicians to stay in some cases all throughout the duration of the event. And I'm mentioning the Vice Minister Ilir Bethia. I've seen him and in some of the events staying, say, 60–80% of the event and supporting the event and be very active. And also TAP, who with TAP, we started this event back in 2015, in fact, when they started operations in Albania. And these are the key pillars of this sustainable event. And apparently, all of you, thank you very much. The second pillar is about the question I always ask. Right, we're talking about sustainable future. That's fair enough. We're talking about safety and the connection. Please sort it out. About the connection between safety and sustainability. Right. Well, this might be very easy for a company like TAP or a multinational company, but how easy would it be for a small or medium-sized company in Albania or in Greece or in Hungary? And the companies, they have an opportunity if they work with you, TAP, the big companies, the big groups in Albania, the big groups in Greece. Could be this the problem. Because I hear some echo. So, but again, if they have the opportunity, means that these companies, big companies, have to do something about them and to help them, because we're talking about ESG policies. Fair enough. You have 2 billion turnover, you have a team of 2 people. All right, I have 2 million turnover and I need 1 person. All right, I cannot make it. You have to help me. So that's the second question. And the third is the presentation, the second pillar. And the third is the presentation I prepared for us today, to share some thoughts and see if I can help to take it a little bit further. So I will try to keep it basic and simple. And as a question, is safety something very basic for all of us? Let me propose another definition. Safety is a duty to others, and safety is the care of myself. So this is indirect duty from me to others and to the society, because if something happened to me, the society has to spend on me to recover, even no one else is involved. And is the duty of care to me not to affect any other one. Think of COVID era. On whatever I do, and is definitely the care I owe to others not to have any impact. This is the direct one. So this could be an approach analyzed or calculated on an individual base, could be on a team or a group or a company or whatsoever, or the society at large, or the nation, or alliance, EU, etc., etc. Having said that, which looks to be very basic safety and simple, no much calculation, we come to the United Nations goals for sustainable development, and we can, from those 17, identify some that they are very, very tight with safety. Decent work. Decent work means I have work, they respect me, so they respect my safety as well. So this is a decent work. All right, that's about the work. What about the rest of my life? Sustainable cities, and so on and so forth. But this starts to become a little bit more complicated. That's why management first would like to represent safety like a hyperstatic structure, what we see in background. But finally, it's not that complicated. What we count here is the leak of waters in a plant. And that came out during a culture change program. And what we calculated, there were many taps leaking. So we made the calculation of what is the loss of water every year. And is that a safety issue? Yes, it is a safety issue because you take the water from somewhere, you take it to the water plant, then you have to treat. So you have operation, then you have to pump it out to the main, from the main to the network, from the network to the consumers. Then you take it back to your local wastewater treatment, and from there to dispose. All this process involves maintenance, more water, more maintenance, more risk. More chemicals, more risks. And at the end of the day, I haven't increased any of my productivity, just wasted water. Is the same calculations we made to a client about the wasted product. Because when you waste product means, for me to receive this form, you have produced twice. Everyone is produced, I mean, the raw material, the components to be transferred, to go, to be assembled, and then packed and transported and go to the retailer, come to me, is activities. Every activity involves some risks. So if you do this twice, for me to buy one is twice the risk. So let's say if you have 10% waste, is increased 10% waste of the risk. If it's 20% waste, 20% increase of the risk. So this is the approach. That's one example. Another example is what the World Business Council for Sustainable Development is proposing, and what the science-based building technology is proposing about buildings. And we like buildings here. Oh, I've seen so nice buildings these days. I haven't been in the country for 3 years or so. So I'm very pleased with the developments here. And I'm sure that after the event, we'll have a good walk around for sure, and some beers, apparently. So the idea is, I need to get the raw materials from somewhere, or to manufacture the materials, transport everything to a site, make the construction, and then use this hotel. So everything here for us includes some risks to be prepared, to be explored, to be finished, to be assembled, to be constructed, or whatever. So the new concept proposed is we go all through the supply chain, and this is where the new approach of the international finance institutions come, that if you cannot report to me that you are sustainable all the way through back to your contractors and suppliers, you will not be financed. So if you get your aggregates from a quarry that you cannot prove to me that people work safely and the environmental aspects are fully regarded, then sorry, you will not be financed. Okay, it will not be as simple as that, but that's the concept. And then we go to, again, a little bit more complicated things. So what we have inputs, we have our process as an organization, and the outputs. And this is a non-ending story. That's why I start from Protagoras, who said,
that the measure of everything is money. For those that they are, and for those that they are not, that they are not. So how much is the cost of life in this country is us who decide it. If you go to India, you will find another price. If you go to the States, another price. So it's us who decide it. And then Berwick says, well, every system is produced exactly the results it is designed for. So in fact, always we know what to expect from a system. It's not a surprise, it's just we didn't ask or we didn't want to know. That was the case. The system will give us exactly the results we designed. The premise being that into the system we build up what we would like to take as a risk, and we know about what, and also the unintentional risk, which is we didn't ask about that. We said, it's like when the safety manager goes to the company and say, well, it would be good to hire another 2 safety engineers for our project. Okay, we see it next year. It's good to have a risk assessment. I think this will be very complicated for us. I'm not talking about Lotto or us, other systems. So this is the process. Here's Berwick, right? So we go from Protagoras to Berwick. From Berwick, we go to the input with all our external stakeholders, and then into the process and back to Protagoras. Because through this process, the same people have changed from what we heard today, from what we would hear from the others, and say, oh, that's a good idea. No. Well, thanks to TAP, I never pick up my phone when I drive. None in my company. I'm not talking about Bluetooth, not taking any call. If you want to take a call, find the next parking place, park safely, and see who called you before. Very relaxing. Thank you, Jose. Yeah, I have to admit, I have relaxed the next 5 years, 6 years, because I bought in quickly. So, and again, new perception, new system according to Berwick, back to our input, and that's it. And why you didn't translate this, Roland? How is in Albania, safety is an element of civilization?
Siguria është element civilizimi.
Yellow card. So what we say in our company is safety is an element, you're there, of civilization, yes. Because it's about respect, to respect the others, to respect the environment. The environment is for the people, and the world is for the people, not the people for the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Panopoulos, Dr. Panopoulos. Tani fjala është për zotin Elton Sinamati.
Hello, everyone. I'm Elton Sinamati, and I hold the role of Health, Safety, Security, Environmental Advisor, Senior, for Shell Upstream Albania. I'm going to take the next few minutes. Sorry. Yeah, I'm going to take the next few minutes to share with you a way of working we use in Shell that it has helped us a lot, and I hope it will be valuable for you as well. Yes. Okay, so first of all, I want to say that I'm very delighted to be here with this very valuable audience, and I hope what I'm going to share today hopefully might inspire you to maybe take something from this, or maybe create something new which can improve your safety culture. Sorry, I requested for a microphone because I would love to interact with you because I see it's lots of knowledge in here and experience, so I would not like to be restricted. Yeah, before I start my presentation about this way of work which we use, which has shown substantial benefits for us, I would like to ask you a question, everybody in the room here, and please feel free. I mean, it's no wrong answer to this question. It's just opinions. Please throw in. So, I mean, we had the government representatives here presenting, great presentation. We had also our other companies, and there are a lot of companies here. We have lots of legislation pieces. We have lots of systems, procedures, manuals. But something that we still have is also incidents. Incidents still happen. That's a matter of fact. So why do you think incidents happen? What are some factors that contribute, in your opinion? Just throw something, whatever you think first. Sorry? Negligence. Yeah, that's a good one. Anything else? Sorry? Yeah, complacency. That's a great one. Anything else? Sorry? Yeah, beware the green. Yeah. Anything else? Any idea? Behavior. That's a great one. Unforeseen risks. So that's a good one. Yeah. Overconfidence. Oh, that's a great one. And competency. That's I mean, we can go forever with this, right? With this list. But what if we go a bit deeper and root cause analyze this, like all these factors? It's very interesting to see that they got a common factor, which, like for example, we said overconfidence. Who is overconfident is a person, right? And who is not competent is still a person, right? And what was else mentioned in here? Like negligence, who becomes negligent? It's a person. And who become complacent? It's still a person. So it's all about people, right? So always people is a very, let's say, crucial factor. Coming from this study and also coming from some incident statistics when they were analyzed, so Shell made a decision that we need to focus lots on behavioral part of the safety. Apart from the technical, which is very important, we need to focus a lot also on behavioral. And that's where this assist and assure system that we call, it's a way of working, was created. It came from this exercise, if I can call it so. So what is assist and assure? So it's basically a 70% focus on assisting the workforce and 30% focused on assuring or making like audits or this kind of stuff. If we can move to the next slide, or I can comment it from here, okay. Yeah, so basically assist and assure is a way of working which is focused on safety leadership, which is a key element, we believe, and also in two-way interactions, which is very important. Because sometimes, as we said, like we have procedures and everything else, but if that's not gone to the people, then how can we use them, right? One of its aims is like to empower the engagements. It's to provide coaching structures, like how we can coach our staff and our teams. It's about to raise the competency of people, and it's also about to keep the consistency and to integrate management systems. I will go to more inside the system and try to give you a glimpse. So assist and assure, by the name, it consists of two parts. And the first part, which is the assist part, itself had got three subcomponents. So what is this about? The first subcomponent is called transition to work, as you can see in the presentation here. Transition to work. What is this transition to work? So we make all these plans, all the risk assessments, everything, but now how do we make sure that that plan goes to the workforce and gets transmitted to the workforce and get applied? Because that's key. Otherwise, any plan can gather dust and serve no purpose. So we believe that a lot. So how we do this in the pre-start works, like when we plan through a very set structure, in toolbox talk meetings that we do before starting a work, we use a way called like, we never ask questions, which can be like close-ended, that you can answer with yes or no. For example, if I ask someone here, like, is it safe to go there? They will say, yes, it's safe. But that's not enough thinking, we believe. So the way we ask is like, how do you make sure that is safe? Then people start to open up and think about things, because we are not special. A supervisor is not specialist for everything. That's why we try and engage the specialists. Like, for example, how do you make sure this electrical panel is safe? Then they start explaining what they have taken, what measures they have taken, and what needs to be taken. So this is the transition to work part. And then another key element is the work process. We call it work safely. And in order to structure it, we have 7 steps. We call it like starting work is not step number 1. We don't just say like, okay, we're going to start the work, let's start do it and learn during the job. We have 7 steps before starting the job. And what are these 7 steps? So the first one is to plan, to make sure we have a proper plan in place, including the risk assessments, all the method statements, whatever is required. We need to make sure that all the experts are involved and everything is prepared accordingly. And then, of course, the communication. Now we have all these plans, but we need to communicate them to everyone. So people who are doing the work know how they can be safe when executing. And then we get like the checking of equipment, just to make sure that everything is, let's say, certified and checked and fit for purpose, so nothing can go wrong on this area. And then preparing the area, of course, it's an important step just to make sure, for example, that there is no slips, trips, but not only this, also to make sure that there is no concurrent operations going nearby us that can clash with us on the way. And I will move forward like the control of energy. Is there anything under pressure that can throw projectiles and can kill someone? So do we need to isolate the energy, and is all in place? I will move on to the final check, and we call it walk the line. Like all other steps, we go one by one and check, and then we start the work. So one of the key phrases in Shell is like, we use start of work is not step number 1, what is step number 7. And I will go to the last bit, which is goal 0 supervision. This is again another key element, because okay, we got the plans and we got the workforce who has understood the plans, but again, we need to supervise them, right? So the supervisor should be supervising and not being, we believe, not being engaged in doing work himself, because that is a bit like higher in responsibility. So what does this mean for us is like, for example, before the job, we run through the 7 steps. During the job, the supervisor goes around, but not only supervisor, can be a supervisor from another crew. It doesn't mean to be the supervisor of this crew who is doing the work. And they have a step 7 conversation, like take a couple of steps and see like, how is that being done? And this way we just assure that everything is going as per the plan. And the last bit of the assist and assure, which is the assure part, sorry. So the assure is more an auditing system. Like for every project, we do a risk assessment, which shows you all the risks that you can encounter during the project execution. And now, of course, we just agree on what are the highest risks that can cause, for example, multiple fatalities, like, for example, lifting and hoisting, for example, can kill several people, right, if it goes wrong. So based on these, we just select the key risks and we dedicate them as focus areas. We mark them as focus areas and do periodic audits over these risks. So in this way, this has helped a lot on making the work safer, the working environment safer. My last slide. So what are the key things to make this effective in Shell at least, but I believe it's also in other safety systems. So first of all, this management commitment. I mean, we can have all the plans in place, I believe, and all the safety systems in place, but if a senior manager starts the conversation with a site crew and saying, how are we with the schedule, instead of saying, how are we with the safety preparations, then I think it's going to be a struggle. So, and I'm sure everybody in this room understands that. And then, of course, to include everyone, to make sure everybody's included. That's why we ask the open questions, so people can explain further. And to have, of course, the support, the dedicated support lines, be it locally or globally, is very important as well. and to have the right materials and to have the personnel sufficiently trained and exposed so they can be competent enough. The benefits, a very substantial reduction of incidents we've seen from using this way of work. And of course, it also increased like the safety culture, the teamwork spirit, because there is more interactivity. And also it increased the work effectiveness, basically, because there is a saying which I believe in, which says like, the fastest work is the work done safely. So that's why I've made this mark as well in here. So normally I use half a day for this topic, but now I had to squeeze it in 10 minutes. So I hope it gave you some ideas. But I would like to close the meeting with, let's say, reflective questions. Like for us, starting work is step number 7. It has helped us a lot. So what is which step is for your company? Maybe it's worth thinking and reflecting on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Faleminderit zoti Sinamati. Në vijim do doja të ftoja zotin Ufuk Dal nga OH&S Manager pranë Yildirim Group. Give me a sec.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ufuk Dal. I am the safety manager of Yilmaden Group, which is the subsidiary of the Yildirim Group. Today, I will talk about the safety culture survey, which we have done in our company. First, I will mention about the brief introduction of Yilmaden Group and Yildirim Group. Then I will explain the purpose of our survey. Then, which are the main components of the safe environment. I will talk about this. Then I will mention about the definitions of safety culture and safety climate and differences between them. And which method we applied to make this survey. And I will mention about the safety culture ladder. And I will share the site results for our plans and for the recommendations about this. First, I'd like to mention about the Yildirim Group. Yildirim Group is a family-based, family-owned business, and in global perspective, it has more than 16,000 employees in 54, actually, with the joining of Altprom in Yildirim Group, and in 5 continents. And the metal and mining industry and port management are the flagship of our company. And Yildirim Group facilitates in 7 countries and with the 7 countries and with the 9 companies. And Yilmaden is the global chromium in the global perspective. It is in the 4th rank. And Yilmaden is the world's largest high-quality ferrochromate producer. And of course, Albachrome is the largest chrome and high-carbon ferrochrome producer in Albania. For safe environment, it is necessary to implement a productive safety management system. And we have to support with this management system with a safety culture that should to be implemented, and we need technical measures. I will mention about the culture part of this system. First, why we did this this study, because you know that unsafe employee behavior at the workplace is the main determinants of the occupational incidents. And of course, we want to investigate the relationship between organizational safety climate and the safety behavior of the employees. And then, of course, safety climate investigations are more sensitive and proactive for developing safety at the site rather than reactive information from the accidents. Yes, safety culture, first introduced after the Chernobyl accident by the International Atomic Agency. And its definition is the product of individual and group values, attitudes, and perceptions and competencies in order to show the commitment and proficiency of an organization's safety, health and safety management. And when we come to the safety climate, first introduced by Zohar, which is this perception of employees about the work environment. And the safety climate, of course, the snapshot of the safety culture at the workplace. Yes, when we come to the method, we used Nordic Safety Climate Questionnaire, which is developed by the Nordic Safety team, and which consists of the 50 questions across the 7 dimensions. We wanted to determine the shared perception of management safety priority, commitment, and competence. And we want to measure also management safety environment, how to management encourage people to join safety. And the third one is the management safety justice, how to management behaves when accident happens, blaming culture or supporting culture. And we want to measure also worker safety commitment, worker safety priority, safety communication and learning part, and workers' trust in safety, efficiency of the safety systems. Why we use this tool? Because it's a really reliable instrument and valid for predicting safety motivation, perceived safety level, and safety rated behavior. And also it is used for detecting significant differences between in safety climate, actually. And also it enables us to compare the study between the companies and industry. For example, mining industry, oil and gas industry, or other industries. And it can be used for the research purposes. And this is the safety culture matrix by Hudson, which includes pathological safety culture, reactive safety culture, compliance or calculative safety culture, proactive safety culture, and mature or generative safety culture. And we try to measure our safety culture, and we want to see which level we have now. I want to mention about the methodology. First, we try to select the participants from the different departments, and we encourage people to join this survey voluntary-based, and we explain the aim of the study to the participants clearly, and also the language of the survey selected as per the country, because we facilitate in 9 countries, and the survey is in Swedish, Turkish, Russian, Albanian as well. And no personal information is requested because of the ethical considerations. And after getting the data, we make a clearance process, because some participants just mark the whole numbers the same, and therefore we have to eliminate them. And we have to check the standard deviation of the answers, and we calculated the reality data of this reality of the data. And these are the results, and we have 7 dimensions here, and you can see that the dimension 3 is management safety justice part, is the lower part, and I will explain how to evaluate this tool. And you can see from the graph that, and this is for plant 1, and this is the level of all dimensions. And this is the results of the plant 2. And this is the overall results. How we evaluate these results? There are 2 tools for evaluating the results, because first, if the score is below the 2.7, indicates the low level of safety culture. And between 2.7 and 3, a fairly low level. But we use this Hudson's evaluation tool because if it is below than 2.4, it states that the culture is pathological and reactive, calculative, proactive, and generative. Yes, this is our results, and management safety culture is a reactive. And the other results relatively better, proactive and calculative level. This is for plant 1. Plant 2 is much more better, actually. What we did after getting these results for dimension 2 and dimension 3, because they are the low level. And our overall safety climate rating is 2.92, which shows the calculative safety culture we have in our plants. So for dimension 2, which is the management safety empowerment, and safety is everyone's responsibility, and we stated in the roles and responsibilities of each department, and we made toolboxes. 5S works on the site, and we implemented permit work system at our site, and we selected workers' representatives, and we conducted legal occupation health and safety meetings. For dimension 3, which is the management safety justice, and we provided to our managers and unit managers managing safety trainings, occupational health and safety leadership trainings, incident investigation trainings, and we created an incentive program. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Doug. Now it's turn for Ms. Laura Vergara, Contract HSE Manager, Pran Portalia. Here's your presentation.
A short one, so I feel the pressure of the coffee, just so you know. So I'll be really quick. Thanks. Thanks everyone. I would like to start. I know it's the middle of the presentation already, but I would like to start by thanking the organizers for made possible for Voltalia to participate in this event. It is undoubtedly a very good opportunity for a company within the renewable sector energy, so not the oil and gas, to come here, share experience, and most of all learn from a very well consolidated sector in it's the oil and gas. I will make a very, very quick introduction of the company because most of you might actually not know Voltalia, which is a very young company that started in 2005. We are present right now in Albania, which we have a very good, very big project, the solar one. And besides being young, we embrace also as a mission-driven company that invests a lot in fostering the local development. So, sorry. Voltalia's scope of work actually it's pretty wide. It goes through the overall chain of value of project development. We develop projects that are aligned with our stakeholders' interests. We construct these projects and we operate them as to produce renewable energy for national and private clients. Renewable energy, one of the aspects of this sector, it's the exponential growth. For us, it's quite a challenge to accompany that growth in the use of contractors, because most of these activities are facilitated by our suppliers of services, which are our contractors. And so we have, on one hand, we have the very quick and fast growth, and on the other, we have a range and diverse type of energy with its own risk and its own challenge. So in general term, I would say that the HSE culture within the renewable sector, it's a culture that is in transition. That means that Voltalia culture is also in transition. But I think that's the great part of being here, is that when we look at our predecessors in the energy market, we look directly to the oil and gas. And what we find and we encounter is a market which very high level and standards of health and safety, pretty consolidated, that exceeds most of the national requirements. So that's the challenge for the renewable sector and for Voltalia. It's to actually aspire and to meet the oil and gas standards, but to fit those standards in the renewable sector's reality, which is different. So what Voltalia, or part of the health and safety strategy of Voltalia, has implemented, it's a procedure to address precisely within the contractor management aspect, how to deal with the lack and weak experience of a lot of contractors and their level or type of preventive culture. Because again, one of the points or goals of Voltalia, it's to always work with local contractors. That means that, for instance, in Albania, we are working with only Albanese companies, and that's for sure a challenge. So what we focus in the contractor management, and I will steal some of the ideas shared in this presentation, it's all the focus and the biggest effort, it's been in the pre-qualification of contractors. That means to assess a contractor in both technical, financial, and cultural aspect of their organization, by defining in a very detailed, precise, and transparent way what are our requirements, what are our values and expectations. We can assess our contractors. So to identify what are the risks of working with a given local contractor, what's the risk that those contractors might put into our chain of value beforehand. So the idea is also not to just be picky with the contractors, but to acknowledge that some of the contractors that we encounter, because we are present in 20 countries, different continents, is the, the company that, not very long, new, here. So the fact is, once this assess has been made, all the deviations that we find are built in a mitigation plan, in that it's agreed and pledged before any mobilization on site. That means that we identify what are the deviations that we need to be covered by putting into action, and building a document or a contract clauses that really needs to be agreed. And we well, we don't stop here. I mean, Voltalia and our contractor management, it's always is also inspired in the international standards of health and safety management system, which means that we put the financial resources and efforts to follow up these mitigation plans, to see that the actions defined are closed. And once the life of the contractual is, the end of the life of the contractual is reached, then it's when we evaluate the performance evaluation of these contractors. This is obviously a lot of effort and a lot of financial stress for a company such as Voltalia, which is young and we're starting, etc. but the fact is that we identified as mandatory to have this database or this contractor shortlist as the way or the key to recover that investment, to have a number of contractors that we spend time, money to teach them about how the path should be, or to work with them. Well, that's actually the presentation, the end of the presentation. Let's go for the coffee.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Vergara. Në vijim do të dëshiroj të jap fjalën Zotit i Lirë Betja, zëvendës Ministri i Energjisë dhe Infrastrukturës.
Përshëndetje.
Okay.
Faleminderit për ftesën, ndjes për vonesën. Jemi në një periudhë shumë intensive tani edhe bëhen bashkë disa aktivitete, jo gjithmonë planifikuara. Workshopi Safety është një nga të preferuarit e mi. Kam qenë vazhdimisht pjesë e tyre dhe kam të drejtë dhe të jemi gëzuar që ka filluar në moment kur filluan punimet e tapit në Shqipëri dhe eksperiencat që ne kemi analizuar në gjithë workshopet e drejtanishme kanë treguar që këtu është krijuar një kulturë safety edhe në Shqipëri. Fati ose le të themi suksesi që tapi nuk performoi asnjë aksident të rënd në gjithë aktivitetin e ndërtimit të tubacionit në Shqipëri është një sukses për vete. Kemi parasysh një investim që është mbi 300 km gjatë në territorin tonë, rreth 211 km. Në terrene shumë të vështira, shpeshherë pranë qendrave të banuara, por nuk ka qenë e nevojshme thjesht të ndërtosh në kushtet safety, por edhe të edukosh bashkëjetuesit me investimin, ata që bashkëjetojnë me tubacionin tap, që të sillen në mënyrë disi më të rregulluar në raport me territorin, të respektojnë faktin që ka një investim i cili do të bashkëjetojë për një periudhë shumë gjatë me ta, do të bashkëjetojnë në kuptimin e aktiviteteve që ato kanë në ekonomitë e tyre, por edhe nga pikpamja e kujdesit për instalimin i cili është pranë tyre dhe duhet të respektuar për gjithë parametrat dhe kushtet teknike që kërkohen për të garantuar sigurinë e kësaj bashkëjetese. Por nuk ka qenë vetëm kjo, ne në shumë workshope kemi pasur pjesë universitetin, departamentet të tij, të cilët në shumë raste kanë bashkuar në programet e tyre studimit edhe lëndë të cilat lidhen me sigurinë në punë, jo se më përpara nuk i kanë pasur, janë pjesë e çdo një shkence, e cila studion fusha që paraqesin rrezik në operimin e tyre, për shëndetin e njerëzve apo për sigurinë e përgjithshme, por sepse nuk janë trajtuar ndonjëherë më vete si le të themi procedura, teori, aspekte të punës të cilët trajtohen në mënyrë të grupuar dhe zgjerohen në më shumë se sa një fushë apo në një lami në një sektor. Në këtë aspekt do të thoya që përfitimi nga këto eksperienca të ndara në Shqipëri në vite ka qenë goxha i madh. Kujtoj këtu edhe rastet e eksperienca të ndara nga departamentet e safety të Spikapakut, të cilat ne kemi trajtuar edhe në nivel institucional, kur vjen fjala për sigurinë e investimeve që janë bërë në tubacionin tap, edhe me departamentet e policisë shtetit, të cilat e konsiderojnë këto punime si strategjike, të një rëndësie të veçantë që kërkojnë sipas legjislacionit tonë një kujdes dhe mbrojtje të veçantë për sa i takon sigurisë. Dhe nuk ka qenë lehtë. Për ne perceptimi I sigurisë është dikush që ruan me pushk në krah. Ndërkohë që për industrinë kjo nuk është çështje pushke, është çështje edukate. Është çështje kultivimi, proceses, të cilat respektojnë një lloj si gjithë proceset e tjera të aktiviteteve ku ne performojmë. Mund kujtoj që ndër vite për shkak të eksperiencës së shtuar, asaj që është mësuar dhe që është induktuar tek bizneset në minjera, ne kemi shumë pak aksidente fatale. Po nuk mund të themi të njëjtën gjë për numrin total të aksidenteve, të cilat vazhdojnë të mbeten të larta. Dhe shpeshherë justifikohen me faktin që s'kemi shpërndajmë industri e rëndë e tillë është, do duhet ta pranojmë. Në fakt, nuk mund të jemi ne që të vendosim të pranojmë diçka që rrezikon jetën e të tjerë. Në këtë aspekt, kjo do të jetë gjithmonë një alertë, sidomos për pjesën e Ministrisë Infrastrukturës dhe Energjisë që I mbulon pjesën më të madhe të industrisë jo ushqimore, të industrive të cilat paraqesin edhe situata më të shpeshta të ekspozuara ndaj rrezikut. Dhe për këtë arsye unë mendoj që edhe politikisht qëndrimi ynë është I tillë që ne duhet akoma të investohemi në procese, në ndarje, në workshope, në seminare, në trajnime, në ndarje të eksperiencës dhe pse jo në kurse të veçanta trajnimi për njerëz të cilët menaxhojnë sigurinë nëpër objekte të cilat paraqesin rrezik në operim. Dhe vazhdoj të them, e theksoj që sidomos në sektorin industrisë nxjerrëse, ky është një problem, nuk është fenomen, por është problem. Pra mbetet akoma për të përmirësuar. Nuk mendoj se jemi mbrapa ose të ekspozuar nga pikpamja e të dhënave statistikore ndaj vendeve të tjera. Këto industri në përgjithësi shtojnë rreziqe dhe është si ajo tabela që vendoset diku në ekses në rrugë, që vendoset gjithmonë mbasi ka ndodhur një aksident, jo para aksidentit. Në fakt, ajo që ne duhet bëjmë është që studimi I gjithë rasteve të ngjashme, studimi I rrezikshmërisë që sjell pasiguria që në fazën e projektimit, I riskut që sjellin këto procese, do të ishte ndoshta rruga e duhur. Dhe prandaj unë them që gjithmonë safety nuk duhet ta marrim në konsiderat masi na ndodh diçka. Biles edhe ta krijojmë si sektor thjesht sepse na e kërkon ligji apo rregullorja. Po duhet të jetë diçka prezente. Vitin që shkoi, ne jemi përballur me një situatë zjarresh të tmeshme, ku ne patëm edhe humbje jete, humbje në gjë të gjallë, pa llogaritur hektar të tërë, mijëra hektar të djegur me pyjet cilat nuk rikuperohen në një vit. Ajo që digjet do një brez njerëzish që të rikuperohen. Në këtë aspekt, të qenit përgjegjës për emergjenca civile, masi bie zjarri nuk ka asnjë vlerë. Masat profilaktike, paraprake, krijimi I parcelizimit, ndarja e pyjeve me hapësira në mes sa herë që është e mundur që të mos shpërndahet një vatër zjarri aty ku ajo është e mundur, ose marrja e masave në industrinë e naftës që të mos kemi barakthata apo situata kritike, zjarri pranë depozitave ku depozitohen nafta që del nga nën toka, dhe ne kemi këtë në fokusin tonë të kontrollit, është një kërkesë. Nuk mundet të presim masi bie zjarri të rrasim zjarr fikse dhe themi që po jemi të përgatitur sepse tapi na ka dhënë disa zjarr fikse. Është e pasqyrur. Zjarret e fundit në ishullin e Sazanit tregojnë që zjarri nuk bie vetëm nga kontakti me temperaturën, me diellin, po bie edhe nga pakujdesia, dhe pakujdesia vjen nga njerëzit. Njerëzit janë pranishëm kudo në zbatimin e projektit. Prandaj themi krijimi I kulture dhe edukate, e cila e bën pak më të shpenzueshëm biznes me kosto pak më të larta, por që garanton jetën dhe sigurinë e gjithë atyre që punojnë në një projekt, në përgjithësi, nëse vlerësojmë edhe në aspektin ekonomik, I ul kostot, nuk I rrit. Është shumë më shtrejtë paguash jetën e një individi pas një aksidenti, tu ka plot për ju që mund të tregojnë raste të tilla, tashmë është kthyer edhe si një biznes për studiet e avokatisë, të cilët gjujnë kudo ku ka aksidente, raste të cilat shkojnë përtej analizave që njeh ligji për shpërblimin për një aksident, shkojnë deri në 800-900 euro në një rast aksidenti, kërkesa. Atëherë, është më mirë që këta të edukohen, është më mirë që këta të zbatojnë rregullat, është më mirë që të veshin ato e lekë dhe mos i shtypi makina, apo të paguajmë atë primin e sigurimit të çmendur që na vjen më tepër si biznesi avokatëve, se sa ju shkon atyre të shkretëve që kanë pasur probleme. Në këtë aspekt them që ky s'do të jetë workshopi i fundit, shumë bukur që këtu shohim të tjerë biznese sot, si grupi turk, i cili sapo ka hyrë në tregun shqiptar, në industrinë minjerave dhe duhet sjellë një nivel akoma më të lartë nga ai që kemi pasur në sektorin ku ato do të operojnë. Kanë akoma shumë punë për të bërë, janë akoma në fazë rikognicioni, planifikimi, po mos harrojnë që planifikojnë safety. Është element bazë, element kryesor. Dhe keqja është edhe një fakt tjetër që ne vim nga një kohë dhe në një vend ku industria minerare ka qenë shumë themelore për ekonominë shqiptare, dikur në kohën e diktaturës. Dhe për atë arsye, edhe standardet e krijuara në atë kohë kanë qenë shumë të rëndësishme, të niveleve shumë të larta, të kontrolluara në mënyrë shumë rigoroze. Nuk them që privatizimi i sektorit solli një rënje, po me thënë drejtën, me qenë edhe troç, si themi neve, nuk i kanë pas shumë fokus kujdesin për sigurinë punë punojësve. Që thotë ne të paktën duhet ngrihemi në ato nivele, duhet ngrihemi dhe nivelet europiane të standardeve të vendeve ku ne aderojmë dhe do të shkojmë, do të aderojmë. Mund duken pak kritik, po do të thoya që këto workshopet, na shërbejnë që të ndajmë eksperjenca. Unë do të thoya më tepër na shërbejnë që neve të implementojmë eksperiencat më të mira. Kjo do të ishte kërkesa në cilësinë e zënës ministrit që mbulon industritë nxjerrëse. Do të thoya që në raportet e transparencës që ne dorëzojmë pranë Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, kanë sa më pak raste aksidentesh. Janë të larta, mbi 350 në vit. Kjo nuk është gjë e vogël në një industri e cila ka diku ke rreth 10 deri 12.000 punonjës. Po të bëni llogarit, është koeficient goxha i lartë. Pra, dhe të bëjmë më të mirën dhe ju lutem na adresoni dhe gjëra që mendoni se do t'i përfshijmë në ligj, në akte nënligjore apo në rregullore tona, që të kemi mundësi edhe ta bëjmë të detyrueshëm zbatimin e tyre në çdo vend ku risku ekziston. Nuk fola shumë për elementet e tjera që lidhen me infrastrukturën rrugore, vendet ku ne kemi projekte investimore, ku standardet përsëri nuk zbatohen totalisht ashtu siç kërkohen në letër. Bëjmë shumë bukur derisa vim tek fillimi i projektit me studimet e parafizibilitetit, fizibilitetit, llogarisim se sa zogjve do ndërpresim rrugën, llogarisim se sa kafshë do largohen nga toka aty ku ne do të punojmë, po asnjëherë nuk llogarisim se sa dëme dhe jetë do të marrë. Në këtë aspekt them që kjo duhet të jetë e ardhmja, cilësia e jetës ose jeta është gjë më e kushtueshme në një projekt. Ju falenderoj.
Faleminderit për fjalën tuaj. Kemi mbritur tek sesioni i dytë i pyetjeve. Nëse keni pyetje për panelin, pyetje, sugjerime, do të ishit lutur t'ia dërtonit. Ju lutem shkurtimisht sa më të ngjeshur, pasi jemi edhe paksa vonë me minutazhin.
Thank you. Thank you. The panel will forgive me. It's not a question. Is a comment, a recommendation. We have these experts, corporate experts on corporate safety here, and I heard the Vice Minister, Deputy Minister talk about wildfires. So I have this recollection from Greece, from my childhood, when we had devastating earthquakes in Kalamata and in Thessaloniki in the early 80s. And then late, of course, the Greek government decided that they needed to incorporate trainings on behaving as young people, as students, as pupils, behave in case of earthquake. So just go under the table or go under the door. Late, of course. But then I have an idea. Maybe next year, when you organize this gala, you need to invite the Minister of Education or the Deputy Minister of Education, because this is an educational This is a generational issue, and it starts from school, where you actually need to, and nobody told us how to behave in case of wildfire as students, which is now everywhere due to the climate change and all this. So there needs to be a generational change and a cultural change in the society about how to behave in matters of earthquake, in matters of destructions. That's just an idea. Maybe next year you should invite the Minister of Culture here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Another question?
Yes,
If
please.
you did it.
Good morning, everybody. I've spoken to Roland from ERMC this morning and asked him if I could just take this opportunity to spend 2 minutes just telling you a little story. There's actually two stories now, that one was evolved from the conversations this morning. First of all, I look at safety and I look at people and I look at things at home and I look at things at work. And I always ask the question of staff, would you come to work if your children were not safe at home? And most staff would turn around and say, no, I wouldn't. So using the words of Elton, as you said earlier, about reflection and things like this, something for you to reflect on. I don't think any parent in here would come to work knowing that the children weren't safe at home. So that level of compassion, that level of love, that level of safety, call it what you like, why don't we take that into work and feel the same way about all the colleagues that we work with? And we want to make sure that they're all safe. That's the first thing I want to say. But the second thing I want to say is I've been in safety a long time now. Some people say too long. I'm very lucky I don't have a job because I consider this as my vocation. But many years ago, in 1992, we attended, as a business, we attended our very, very first exhibition at ROSPA, at the National Exhibition Centre in Birmingham. And I met a guy that I didn't understand him at first because he was not speaking my language properly. He was a bit of a funny accent, English accent. And we got talking and I said, well, if you want to come to England, you know, you can do some work with us and blah, blah, blah. So we formed a bit of a friendship. So then I got invited to his country where he showed me a game that he'd developed. And just listening to Karampoulos then, he developed this game for school children. And it was a game about health and safety. And it was like snakes and ladders. And that game was developed prior to 1992. Since then, we got talking about other things as well. And my business runs lots of health and safety training courses. And one of the organisations that we're accredited by is the Institute of Occupational Safety and Health in the UK. And we were the first company, with the help of this guy, to run an IOSH managing safely course outside the UK. It was in 1992 in a hotel called the Park Hotel in Volos in Greece. Since then, this guy's gone on to set up a business that's been, I think the word is, I don't know, there's a lot of words you could use. Inspirational is probably one I would say, because he's got 60 plus staff now operating throughout 25 countries. He's got businesses in 4 countries, Greece, Albania, Bulgaria and Romania. And he operates with construction projects alone, projects operating in excess of £60 billion. And he's done an awful lot for health and safety and culture. So what I'd like to do is just give George a little memento of the very, very first course that we ever run in Volos. He looks a bit younger here, and I do as well. Okay, so congratulations and thank you for 30 years of friendship.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you very much.
Faleminderit. Nëse ka dhe një pyetje të fundit, pasi jemi paksa bon me kohën, po Frosina. Një koment nga Frosina Gjino.
Excuse me, Frosina, will just give me 1 minute. I have to admit that when I landed in 1991 in UK in ROSP exhibition, I got to tears because I tried to do my thesis in health and safety in Greece. I couldn't find any information. And I've been to Rosper, and I was overweighted coming back with bags of information. It's difficult for me to explain that feeling. And that guy there, I met him in Rosper, and a few months later said, come to UK, we will offer you a neighbor's course for free. This is how it started. Thank you, Ruth. And also to commemorate Tony, who passed away, his colleague, his boss at that moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Zonja Gjino?
Po, unë doja të bëja një koment në mbështetje të asaj që tha zotëria e ambasadës greke. Është shumë e rëndësishme që persona nga Ministria e Edukimit, e Arsimit, të marrin pjesë, ose nga sistemi i edukimit, të marrin pjesë në këto workshope, për arsye sepse nisur mashkas nga zonja që përfaqëson Volt Italia, po futen teknologjitë e reja të energjisë të rinovueshme. Dhe energjia e rinovueshme kërkon punonjës tepër të kualifikuar dhe i ve punonjësit në një situatë të re në lidhje me sigurinë dhe shëndetin në punë. Kështu që krahas edukimit dhe trajnimeve që ata marrin për të bërë ekspert për të montuar për shembull këto sisteme, ata duhet të marrin njohuri të plota mbi sigurinë dhe shëndetin në punë. Dhe futja e elementëve sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë në sistemin e edukimit është jashtëzakonisht e rëndësishëm. Prandaj persona nga sistemi i edukimit duhet të jenë pjesë e këtyre workshopeve. Faleminderit.
Faleminderit zonja Gjino, kemi mbritur kështu në fund të sesionit të dytë, do t'ju ftoja për një pauzë kafeje dhe për të rikthyer përsëri në sallë për punë 10 minutash. Faleminderit. Përshëndetje edhe një herë, jemi rikthyer në sesionin e tretë. Dëshiroj të ftoj panelistët e këtij sesioni, të cilët janë zonja Olga Bodanova, PhD, Head of OHSC at Smart Energy Group. Please take your seat. Mr. Gustavo Estrada, HSC Manager, Plan Eni Albania. Mr. Jose Manuel de la Torre Gallego, Senior Manager, QHSC Land and Permitting, Trans-Adriatic Pipeline. Please, sir, take your seat. Si dhe zotin Kristian Kura nga Kryqi Kuq Shqiptar. Dëshiroj të ftoj fillimisht zonjën Bogdanova për prezantimin e saj, please. You're welcome. I think.
Yes. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, I'm first time in your beautiful country, and let me say thank you for your hospitality and thank you for your support that you provide to Ukraine in such difficult times when we struggle for freedom for our country, and I may say for the whole Europe. My topic today is health and safety in extreme conditions. It's experienced my colleagues, as I'm health and safety manager in Smart Energy gas company. And as well, I lead the Health and Safety Association of Professionals in Ukraine. And so there is experience of many of your colleagues from in Ukraine. Our life was extremely, separated into two parts before the war. and after. And I would say that as usually with accidents, people think it will never happen with you, with me, but it is a mistake. So usually as risk manager, we should consider every of circumstances, even the worst cases that could happen. In reality, I know that some managers, they say, well, you always overestimate risks, overestimate hazards. It will never happen, but after such difficult circumstances, you now have rights to say everything can happen. It's our first, let's say, experience from this situation. But nevertheless, we continue working, our people are at work, and how do we do this? Actually, the gas oil sector in whole always can work in such difficult, let's say, places where there are a lot of risks of military conflicts. And that's why I think it would be useful for you as experience. So we all, as risk managers, we conducted emergency training, emergency preparedness, as you all, but there were some unpredictable challenges, unpredictable risks that we haven't expected. And let me share, first of all, its mass character. We understand evacuation as something, you take your luggage and you go away, but it's not. In reality, it's much more, a lot of huge risks. We have a lot of people, that's crowded, and all these risks included. Then, yes, we consider there will be some collapsing of infrastructure, but when it covers the whole region or the whole country, it makes a big risk in transportation and supply chain. So we should consider it as well. Something that was not in our risk assessment, in our risk plans, it's chemical attack, phosphoric bombs, nuclear attack, but it happened, and we all as country, and I cannot, as Chernobyl, we cannot limit it with Ukraine. It can be shared in every country in Europe, so we should consider it in our risk plans. Also, we didn't expect as a sector that our stocks of fuel will be destroyed by an enemy, and that's why now we have lack of fuel anyway, and that means that our sector should extract and produce more and more. And demolition, of course, we understand that it's huge, could be, but how huge we didn't expect. And again, it's a lot of new risks concerning asbestos, for example, concerning dust. So all is now we have in Ukraine. But our people are still at work. First of all, it's emergency, it's physicians, utility sector, energy sector as well. And what challenges do we have now? First of all, mines. So mines in fields, and you can see in pipes, in forests everywhere. And most of accidents now that happen, it's from hidden by mines. Shooting, it's my colleague, his pictures in Bucha, you can see his car, with traces of bullets. It's our reality, and we should consider it as our people get to work. Somehow we should train them on it, what to do. And all hazards of demolition, collapsing, and as I said, problems with asbestos, we also should train our people how to work. What challenges we do expect in the future? Of course, first of all, mental health problems and issues for most of people, and risk acceptance. If now we expect from our people, we still actually continue with near-miss system in our gas plants, but people do not accept small risks. having the biggest risk, the biggest range now in place. And aggression. So now it's the rise of aggression because people want to struggle, want to be brave, and of course they can act in an aggressive way. Relocation of enterprises. It's something that usually when you move to the worst conditions. And of course, we need to organize some bad places as health and safety, think about how we can do it quickly. Overload in everyone who's at work now is, but they don't work 8 hours per day. And disabled workers, of course, we understand a lot of people are hit, and we need to consider new places for them. As just in general, which risk could be, I'll be appreciated if you, for example, add something. Maybe I forgot to mention some important things. But just an example, my company, how we work, how we manage these risks. We work in the gas oil sector into regions in Ukraine, and you can see they are closer to eastern part, Kharkiv region and Poltava region. And we are one of the 5 leading independent gas producers. So quite a lot of activities, and we are managing to continue our gas drilling work in Poltava region, but in Kharkiv, unfortunately not. And the time we are spending now, we're doing risk assessment when we can start and continue our work, and how we can take decisions that our people can start work, because there is a big demand of gas, as I said, and that's why it's quite difficult, easy to say, let's stop and don't do anything, but in reality, we should continue our activity. And if you see the map of bombing, I would say, so it covers the whole Ukraine, and that's why we cannot see that we could transfer our activity to another place and just finish in dangerous regions. It's impossible. So how we manage risks? First of all, it's emergency preparedness. I would say in our example, it works. When you train your people, we were training from 15th of February, I conducted, and on the 24th of February, they did it. In reality, it's our 100 contractors. They made a construction of new gas plant, and so they usually, after all training, they do it very well, calm and with no, ready for everything. Then our company evacuated personnel from Kharkiv region, from Poltava region. And of course, it's interesting because me, for example, itself, I was ready to stay. As most of people are going to stay in their houses with their families, but it's a duty of responsible employers to evacuate people. And so they give even me as a risk manager an idea, let's go from dangerous areas away. But how to continue work on sites? First of all, constant communication. Thanks to our IT communication network, I mean telephones, internet, it works, and inside the country. And of course, we continue to talk to our operators every day. And for example, as you could imagine, what could you do, for example, with your normal activities, like management site review, when management is coming to the site? Should we end up with that or continue? What should you do, for example, in times of war? When top management's coming to the site, would you finish it, would you stop it, or would you continue? just propose something. Difficult to say, I do understand, but our company and other company, indeed, we continue with that, because for our operators, it's important that high manager come to the site and talk to them. So it's also, we show that we are all together. It's very important, even it doesn't matter how difficult time is. Reinforce support and protection. What does it mean? It means, for example, we all go to, from our usual first aid kits that usually we have in plants, to individual first aid kits. So our people understand that they have everything with them every time. And also we provide them to have it at home. Also, we talk about started the work before the work, just after having a bomb shelter close to the gas drill. No shelter, no work. It's our new understanding and acceptance of risks. And it is actually something interesting, because Albania is famous with these bunkers, and I'm looking forward to see it, because probably you probably do not realize it, but your experience in it could be interesting for many countries that have a risk of bombing or something. So that could be a new challenge probably for you to share your experience abroad. A flexible manager, of course, all the decisions are taken very quickly. So all this paperwork was really limited. And new safety and security requirements, as I said, they are changing. So first, more to civil security. And this is just a small example. For example, when we take decision which helmets do we use. So usually we have our plastic helmets, it is not enough. And if we go to the military one, it's also not a solution, because if someone is watching you from the drones, they can take it as military activity. And that's why it's also, it could be more dangerous. So for us, we take a decision to mask. We have Kevlar helmets for our employees, but mask like they are military, but mask like civil, industrial. So it's something that we are facing to change in the nearest time. And I would say about safety culture, the main topic of this now event, now our conference, that it really helps when people are trained, and we continue training, when we continue our normal procedures, our EMS system, our accident investigation, even our incident investigation, even minor, they consider this as something stable, and they treat themselves as ready. So it's not how it was mentioned here, that over assurance in themselves. No, it's something that really very, very important to have in difficult times, to be sure in your forces. But there are good news, safe rebuilding ahead. We have already started. You can see at the bridge, for example, the new one that was built close to Kiev just recently. And that means there will be a huge construction. And you're very welcome, again, as now the whole world helps us. The same will be with construction. So if you see you as a company that can have a construction activity in Ukraine, we can start right now to prepare people, to training, to educate it. And I see the role of Management Force Group here very, very important. I do rely on you, Georgios. Of course, we make, as a society, make international help alliance for Ukrainian workers when we can right now, if you see, for example, yourself as an expert in scaffolding and demining and confined space, we can organize some training. You're very, very welcome. Life is ultimate value. It's our resource motto, and there is my LinkedIn. You can contact me if something that it's interesting for you in Ukraine. I'm sure that we will win and all together and continue our activity, taking into account all risks that we have now. Thank you.
Faleminderit zonja Bogdanova. Fjala është për zotin Gustavo Estrada nga Eni Albania. Yes, I think you can use it. Yes.
Okay, so to change the slide, press.
Okay.
So, Jess, good morning, everyone. First of all, let me thank ERMIC for the invitation. This is an excellent opportunity for me to get to know the companies from different sectors here in Albania. I'm Gustavo Estrada, HSC manager of ENI Albania. I've been living here in Tirana since January. So once again, thank you for the invitation. This is for me really a valuable, precious opportunity. I'm going to present the Pact for Safety, which is an initiative developed by ENI to address the human factor. One of the initiatives and tools we've developed in the past years to address the human factor. So the driver for that, of course, is the fact that we've been realizing in the past years, and I bring in here an example of our statistics from last year, that, for example, 65% of all of our near misses and unsafe actions and conditions, as well as 77% of our recordable injuries, first aid cases, have been caused by a human factor, the human factor. The main root causes being issues related to loose work direction, lack of misapplication of operating instructions, method statements, and so on and so forth. Human engineering, meaning bad management of the relationship between human-machine, the human-machine interface, among others. These were the main ones registered, for example, past year. So in order to address the human factor, as I said before, ENI has been developing some initiatives and tools. And this one, the Pact for Safety, is an initiative based on the voluntary agreement and partnership between ENI and its contractor to promote safety culture. And it's, of course, based on the utilization of a set of tools and actions, which I'm going to be briefly explaining through this presentation. The tools include, of course, information and training, inspection, definition of SMART objectives, the safety meter, and I'll be later on explaining what the safety meter is,
checks, inspections on vehicles, tools, and equipment, interviews on site, safety tours, and toolbox talk. Then we also have the management and monitoring tools, which are the Safety Performance Index. I will be then explaining what it is. It's basically an algorithm that pretty much collects the information obtained from the application implementation of all of these tools, and then provides with a number, a numerical evaluation of the safety performance of the contractor. And the CGEM, retro CGEM is an acronym in Italian, meaning management and monitoring system, register. And of course, then these tools will be utilized to achieve all the main goals of the Pact for Safety. I'm not going to read all of them, but it includes achieving continuous improvement of health and safety, managing health and safety as an essential value, evaluating properly risks in advance, and including safety in project activities, among others. Now we're going to go into details regarding the main tools. So the first one is the safety meter. So it's basically a scorecard that is given to each work in the plant or in the field. And basically each worker starts with 15 points based on the trust we have on the worker, which is based on the rationale, on the fact that we have strict procedures for recruitment, for training, for awareness. So we assume that the worker is prepared for the work. So we give them 15 points. And then, as I'm going to show you later on, the worker may gain more points or lose points according to safe behaviors or unsafe behaviors detected through systematic supervision inspection approach. So basically what happens, upon losing 10 points, the worker is scheduled for half a day for some sort of training on the job. Then upon losing 15 points, the worker undergoes what we call fast-track training process. And following this process, the supervisor, the ENI's supervisor, interviews the worker to evaluate, to assess the effectiveness of the fast-track training. The outputs of the from the interview after the fast-track training are this. So in case of successful interview, the worker immediately gains 5 points and is tutored. It does not resume immediately. It resumes the work, but being tutored by an experienced worker or by a supervisor, or both. After due time, without having committed violations, the worker gains additional 10 points. Tutoring stops. In case of violations, after that, then the contractor is penalized, and this is counted as a non-conformity and will have a consequence, a negative consequence on the calculation of the Safety Performance Index. And then in the extreme case in which the same worker loses again all 15 points, then disciplinary disciplinary clauses of the contract are activated. Then, of course, in case the worker gain points, he or she, the worker, receives certificates, prizes, gadgets, in the proportion of the type of operations we're carrying out, and also on in proportion to the level of safe behavior the worker is demonstrating. Very briefly, this is the systematic inspection report used specifically in E&I work sites where we implement the Pact for Safety. Then now moving to another tool, the definition of SMART objectives. There's no novelty about it. It's just that we tend to establish objectives, and more than that, KPIs for these objectives that go beyond what had already been defined and agreed in the HSC plan proposed by the contractor. Now moving to another tool, which is the safety tours, which is basically a site visit performed by top management of representatives of the top management of both E&I and its contractor to demonstrate to workers in the site a tangible, visible commitment towards safety. And then, of course, any outputs coming from these safety tours are also captured in the calculation of the safety performance index. Still speaking about this index, so as I said before, it is pretty much an algorithm defined based on the combination of several variables, each variable is representing one safety indicator. So we have many of them, for example, non-conformities, delays in closing non-conformities, number, but also quality of safety meetings, reporting frequency and quality of reports, HSC cards, so reports of near misses, unsafe acts, unsafe conditions, and many others. Basically, as I'm going to show you in the next slide, we then normalize the result to 100 so that we can have the index being presented from 0 to 100%. And basically, how do we use it? If the SPI is below 6% for a month, or between 60 and 80% for 2 consecutive months, the contractor's employer, managing director, or director is immediately summed, and an action plan is required to be presented. An action plan to address issues, safety issues, and improve and increase the safe performance index as soon as possible. If it's between 60 and 80% for a month, an alert is sent to the contractor, and of course, above 80%, there is even celebration of the results. This is a formula, of course, I'm not going to get into details. We don't have time for that. So the index is composed by many coefficients. Then each coefficient has its own formula. And for many of them, the formula is also quite complex because, for example, coefficient of injuries takes into account also the severity of the injury, for example. So it's just a very simple representation of how we calculate it. We could spend half an hour demonstrating also mathematically how it works. Now, moving ahead to speak a little bit about the current status, the history and the current status and the way forward of this initiative in E&I. So basically it has been for the first time implemented in 2017. Until last year, it had been implemented in 7 countries. In some of the countries where we have huge operations, one of our biggest operations. which includes countries like Mexico, Angola, Nigeria, and of course also Italy. And this year, the initiative is being expanded to other 6 countries, including Albania. And here in Albania, it's the first time this initiative is being implemented, actually also tested in the exploration context. Now moving to the results we can start to see from the implementation of several tools and initiatives addressing the human factor, including the Pact for Safety. We've been observing since 2018, therefore 1 year after we had started to implement the Pact for Safety, trend of decrease, several safety indicators, including the recordable injuries, severity incident rates, among others. Of course, this is an improvement in general, and of course, probably we can really believe, but then we have more tangible evidences, which I'm going to show in the next slide, that the Pact for Safety is also contributing for that. And as I said, if we go we go more deep into the subsidiaries where the Pact for Safety has been implemented, and we analyze in the y-axis, we see the average, global average of this safety performance index. We notice that every time we have an inclusion of new contractors in the initiative, we observe an immediate decrease of the safety performance index. Why? Because we are adding new contractors which have bad performance, or not simply bad performance, but safety performance below the average. And once they get the first result of the safety performance index, they then seek to recover and to achieve higher levels in response to that. And then what we see is that somehow after the inclusion of new contractors, there's once again a trend of increase regarding the global average of the safety performance index. We have been observing it every time we have an inclusion. This is the green line in the graph, whereas the safety performance index are represented by the yellow bar. So we see this correlation, and it's definitely an encouraging result we've been obtaining. And that's pretty much the reason why we decided this year to expand the initiative to other countries. That's pretty much it. Thank you very much. And I'll be available for any questions or comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Estrada. Now the floor is for Mr. Jose Manuel de la Torre Gallegos. Please, sir, take your...
Okay, so Mierdita, everybody. I think it's time now for me to say Mierdita. First of all, I would like to thank Managing Force for this kind invitation. It's not the first time I present in this beautiful country in Albania. I think we started like 4 or 5 years ago. After this pandemic scenario, it's very glad to see again people face to face here. So I would like to start also with a reflection to George. We have been talking about safety cannot be alone. We have been talking about education, communities, and I'm going to talk today about methane emissions. I think that for the next gala, probably we should change to sustainability gala, not safety gala, in order to integrate more this topic. No? I'm going to talk about methane emissions, not in the focus of safety, because methane emission is something that's in gas industry in general started from a long time ago, more focused on safety aspect. We are managing gas, but now it's becoming more and more important because of emissions. The European Union is really, really concerned about emissions. Methane emission is another hot topic they are managing now. A new regulation is coming probably next year, in which they are imposing to the oil and gas companies to perform, based on the current draft, quarterly leak detection campaign. This is a huge workload associated to that. And they are not changing on that. Probably the next future, we will have to perform these campaigns. Not only that, we need to also produce an annual report. An annual report needs to be also verified by a third-party company in order to demonstrate that what you're reporting is really accurate according to these campaigns you have performed. So it's a very hot topic, as I said, this new regulation, and this is only an example, but this EU Green Deal is making a lot of movements in this direction for not only methane emission, also greenhouse gas emission. So as I said, my topic is methane emission. First of all, some information about TAP. Probably some of you knows about TAP, and not everybody. So TAP is the European leg of the Southern Gas Corridor. This is a mega project, that bring gas from the Caspian Sea, entering in Europe, crossing different countries, which is Azerbaijan, Georgia, Turkey, with different companies, STANUP and SCPX. But then the last part of this corridor is TAP, is Trans-Adriatic Pipeline. So we connect in Greece, in the border with Turkey, in Kipi, a compressor station. We cross all Greece, and then we enter in Albania, and then finally crossing the Adriatic Sea, connecting Europe, Italy in the south part of Italy, in Melendugno, with the Snarrete gas. So this is another hot topic for the security of supply. Unfortunately, with the conflict with the Russia and Ukraine, and there is a more also pressure in order to diversify this energy supply. So TAP, this Southern Gas Corridor, is one of the opportunity, let's say, to diversify this energy. At the moment, the capacity is 10 BCM, 10 billion cubic meters per year. This is something that can be also duplicated. We have the capacity of the pipeline to increase this capacity without no need to new pipeline, but we will have to do some increase in the compressor station. And for those who are not very related with the gas, this 10 BCM, approximately 10 BCM is equivalent about the energy supply for 7 million households in southern, eastern, and western Europe. Our pipeline has 878 kilometers with 550 kilometers in Greece, 215 kilometers in Albania, and finally 8 kilometers in Italy, crossing with the Adriatic with 105 kilometers. We have two compressor stations, one in Fier, and another one is in Kipi. And one pipeline receiving terminal, which is now in Italy, as I said, then connected with the Snam-Brete gas. So we started the operation in end of 2020. So we've been 1.5 years now in operational phase. We are a new company, a new greenfield, so all the design is now complying with those best available techniques installed in our facilities. And since the beginning of the operational phase, TAP took very seriously this topic about energy transition emissions. So our managing director, over the managing of the company, implemented since the beginning voluntary mechanisms in order to identify, but also to quantify our greenhouse emission, including, of course, the methane emission. So there was a energy transition steering committee led by the managing director with involvement of all the leadership team and different work streams. One of them is carbon footprint and sustainability with two different working groups, greenhouse gas emission. Another one is energy efficiency, and also thinking about renewable gases. This is another important topic that TAP is now analyzing and studying, the possibility to inject hydrogen and biomethane in future. So this is all this structure, let's say, is with one objective, which is to develop as well as the energy transition strategy. This is the main high-level document that will define the main drivers with the strategic objectives at long, short, and midterm in TAP in order to achieve in 2050 the carbon neutrality. But for landing in more detail these main drivers, we also have developed the carbon management plan. This is a document that this week we presented to our shareholders. 7th of July will be also presenting the board of directors, and is a document that reflects different forecasts for our emission, but also our target reduction initiatives, and also different action in order to achieve these initiatives. So will be from 2022 to 2025. The intention is to every 5 years, more or less, to produce a carbon management plan in order to landing in more detail the initiatives identifying a high level in this energy transition strategy. And another important point, including in this carbon management plan, is OGMP. OGMP, for those who are not also familiarized, is oil and gas methane partners. So this is an initiative promoted by the United Nations Environmental Protection. It's a voluntary initiative, but many oil and gas industry now are voluntarily joining to this OGMP 2.0 with the intention that in a 5 years time, you need to achieve what is called the gold standard. It's the accuracy that you have in order to report and to quantify your methane emissions. So this is what is called the gold standard. There are like 5 different levels. So TAP is intending now to join OGMP this year in order to starting now from reporting our methane emission from 2022. So we will report 2023, our first report 2022. And with the idea that in 2024, achieving now the gold standard, which is level 4, and 2025, the level 4 and 5. This is an important also topic because you need to also define here methane emission reduction targets and implement them annually. So in terms of our emission forecast, after 1 year of operation, TAP already analyzed, let's say, what were our results in 2021. So at the end, 98.3% represent scope 1. Scope 1 means, our emissions we have CO2 or methane emission coming from the use of this, natural gas, but also could be also diesel or other greenhouse gas that you could emit. And 1.7% is scope 2. Scope 2 at the end is coming from the electricity consumption you have in your facilities. From this global picture, 94.6 our total emissions response to CO2. We have any other emissions generated for methane, which is the 5.4 enough. And this 5.4 comes from venting, 3.6%, and 1.8% for fugitive emission. So, of course, this CO2 emission coming from the combustion of natural gas in our gas compressor units, but also in minor quantity for the diesel that we have for the generators, firefighting equipment. So another also important figure is that 90% of our global picture comes from of course, gas turbines. So at the end, this is our main focus. Let's say we want to minimize our emissions to actuate, let's say, under these gas turbines. So methane emission is, as I said, not a very high level in the picture for TAP, but nevertheless, in order to align with this new regulation, we took seriously in order to minimize, and also in this carbon management plan, there is a specific initiative related to methane emissions. So we have a methane emission reduction plan, part of this carbon management plan, in order to identify how can we minimize our methane emissions. So in our first year of operation, 2021, TAP developed the first leak detection campaign. So this is a fugitive emission quantification campaign, normally it's called a LEADER, and was carried out in most of our facilities in Greece, Albania, and Italy during September, October 2021. Of course, all of the compressor stations were involved there, but also we took as a representative 2 global stations in Greece, 2 global stations in Albania, and 1 global station in Italy, plus the PRT. So this campaign consists of identification, but also the quantification of this fluid emission. For this topic, normally you use a specific equipment. You use what is called an infrared camera, but also you quantify this emission. The infrared camera is for detect, but then you use another equipment for quantify, which is EFID. We use a methodology which is global approved, which is the APA 21, and also in Europe is this IN standard 15446. Normally the process is you go with this specific equipment. We use a third-party contractor specialized in this kind of activities. And before this field visits, we perform a desk-based analysis in order to identify what are our emission sources we have. We saw also the diagram process. We identify which one could be focused on. And we, let's say, divided this equipment in different groups, let's say, between valves, connectors, others that normally are flange, okay, blind flange. Also the PSV, the pressure safety valves. And finally, what we call also the open end, which is the vents, exhaust, or flow meter condenser purges. So the contractor goes there, starting with this camera, and start to identify where we have these leaks, and also then to quantify. So based on the quantification detected, we have these 3 levels, let's say. And we were putting different levels in the area identified and the equipment. So we have the green level is for points in which the concentration was between 500 and 10,000 ppm. Yellow was for 10,000, 50,000, and in red was for those points were above 50,000 ppm. So in parallel also, this contractor will record this information in a field sheet, and then including in the electronic system in order to proceed for the quantification of these emissions per tons of CO2 methane emission per year. As I said, also the block valve, we didn't visit all of them, so we took 2 representatives, and then we extrapolate the worst value for all the block valve we have in TAP. The main conclusion for this campaign was that in terms of zoning, the areas where we had the highest number of points was in the turbo compressor area. In terms of priority of the total of fluid emission identified in the campaign, and also in some cases you can do an immediate reparation, 114 were considered as a high priority, the red level, 30 medium priority, yellow level, and 46 a low priority is the green level. Also, in terms of the components, the company with the highest number of emission points were these open ends. Approximately 60% were related to these equipments. Only 5 flanges have presented fluid emission. This is a good result, but also it's normal because we are a new company, a new greenfield company. And after this report, we prepare an action plan. So in each country now, there is a specific plan developed in order to solve this emission identified on field. For this year, the top priority is to implement this action, of course, but also prepare this methane emission reduction plan. Is already implemented. So in this plan, we have identified some possibilities to continue minimizing emission in terms of gas recompressor units. This is a typical thing. And this new regulation, for example, that is coming from methane emission, venting and flaring is something which is going to be a lot of control. So in some cases, you need to demonstrate to the authorities why you are not recompressed, why you need to vent or flare this emission. And also, we have defined emission targets, and I will show you later on, but also we are going to join into this OGMP, and also we have already reported under this OGMP because our shareholders are now part of this OGMP, so we are obliged, let's say, at the end to complete these reporting tools that OGMP has established. 2023 will be a new campaign performed, so next year we will come back to Albania in order to repeat the campaign, in order to test that this reparation has been done, has been effective, implemented, but also to set if the target we identify or define has been complied with this. This is 2022. 2023, sorry, said next year with this campaign, but also we will do this yearly calculation reporting to this OGMP. And the final slide is these targets that we have identified. So in principle, we have defined for CO2 a reduction of 5% compared to our forecast in 2022. So in 2025, we are going to reduce, but this is the plan, 5% of our emissions of CO2, but also focus on methane emission. 8% will be in the total global emission, compared also again to 2022, but also in fugitive emission, we will reduce 54%. This is our target compared to the campaign performed in 2021. So this is, in summary, our strategy, let's say, in terms of emission. As I said, it's not now focused only safety. As I said, this campaign started at the beginning for safety purpose, but now it's more thinking as well as environment. So thank you very much, and then open to any question later in the video. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gallegos. Kam pritur momenti I një demonstrimi nga zoti Kristian Kura, nga Kryqi Kurtsura. Nga Kryqi Kuq.
Hello everyone. I'm Christian. I work as a first aid and disaster coordinator at Albania Red Cross TIRANA branch. Before starting with these hands-on skills that you are going to see demonstrated, I just wanted to say that a couple of years ago, the Global First Aid Reference Center changed the definition of first aid from giving life-saving measures to provide first aid to chaining a chain of survival behaviors. This means giving first aid is not just some skill you teach to someone, but it's a way of living. And all the strategies that all the companies implement in their offices with their employers are not just simple or easy tasks, but are a way of living. And I know that in an Albanian law, for example, it's in 20 employees, you must train 2 of them about the first aid, but this really depends on the company, on the business. If there are some companies that have high risks, for example, they must train all of them. And that's why in the Albania Red Cross, we encourage everyone to do this training for their employees and do it often, not once in 10 years. Okay, now I invite my first aid instructor, Christy, to show us a hands-on demonstration about the CPR. Now, everybody have seen once in their lifetime in a movie, for example, someone demonstrating a CPR, but this is not an easy task. You must be trained to perform the CPR to someone that is unresponsive and not breathing. And only in these conditions you can go and do these maneuvers that you are going to see now. So the first thing we do in a patient, we see or we check the level of conscience. This means AVPU, level of conscience check, alert. Sir, can you hear me? Please grab my hand. We see if his eyes are open, he is screaming. In the first aid, we say if the person is screaming, he is fine. Huh? Sometimes it's worse to treat someone that is not responding, like in this case. And if we have no reaction from the person, we can say that his level of conscience is negative. Now we shout for help. Somebody call the emergency services and please go immediately and check his breathing. Now for checking his breathing, we first must open the airways. This means one of the following techniques, like tilt the head back or jaw thrust. And then listen, feel, and look for any signs of breathing for 10 seconds, like a maximum of 10 seconds, okay? We can breathe approximately 12 to 20 times in a minute. So in 10 seconds, you can feel his breathing like twice. You must be very concentrated. That's why we feel, we look, and we see, and for any signs of breathing, because you can hear it twice maximum. Huh? And if there is no breathing, okay, shout for help again. Somebody call and take the defibrillator. Now, not all the companies know what the defibrillator is, but I always tell them, please buy the defibrillators. It's not expensive, but it's something that will save your employees' lives. And start immediately chest compressions, 2 hands in the middle of the chest, fast and deep, 30 chest compressions, 4 to 6 centimeters depth, 100 to 120 times a minute. We are going to look his face all the times, guys, because the person is not going to tell us, okay, stop, thank you, or something like that. We'll see any small reaction. This meaning we should stop. After 30 chest compressions, we will deliver 2 rescue breaths, mouth to mouth, or you can use other things like face shields or boots if you have in your companies. But the importance is to give air to this person. You know, when we inhale 21% of oxygen, and when we exhale 18. So it's not a small amount for him. He is on 0, remember? He is not breathing. So 30 compressions, 2 rescue breaths until, it's okay, Christian, I got it. Until we see a reaction, huh? Something like moving of the eyes or of the hands, or until the medical team arrives. Don't stop the CPR for any reason. Continue 30 compressions, 2 breaths. If you are tired, switch. Find someone else in 2 minutes. Somebody takes his place. Switch again, but don't stop the compressions. This is very important. This is the message I want to give through this demonstration. Of course, the chances that he will open his eyes may be low, depending on what happened to him, because we don't know. We just found someone unresponsive and not breathing, but let's keep the chances up, okay? Thank you very much. I hope you have a good day. Thank you, Christy.
Faleminderit për demonstrimin solicura. Kemi mbritur në hapësirën e dedikuar për pyetje dhe përgjigje nga ana e panelistëve. Ju lutem nëse keni pyetje në sallë, po, zotria. Mikrofonin ju lutem.
Përshëndetje të gjithëve. Quhem Ton Lisi, jam menaxheri shëndet dhe sigurisë për kompaninë Bankers Petroleum. Kisha një pyetje për përfaqësuesin e kryqit kuj. Sa u ndikua kjo procedura e CPR-it nga Covid-i? Kuptohet, kjo ka qenë ndikim i madh të gjithë ne, si në punë ashtu edhe në jetën e përditshme pra Covid-i, por në trajnimet që kemi bërë sigurisht një nga pyetjet kryesore është që okay, sa mundemi të ofrojmë CPR në rast Covid-i? Dhe si ndikoi dhe sa ndikoi, domethënë tek juve si profesionistë me trajnime, por sigurisht ne kemi anën tonë. Por nëse ka pas diçka të re në lidhje me ofrimin e CPR-it, ndonjë ndryshim gjatë periudhës Covid-it?
Po. Faleminderit. Po. Po.
Okay.
Faleminderit.
Faleminderit për pyetjen. Në fakt ne nuk u gjendëm pa përgatitur përballë kësaj situate, sepse fatmirësisht guideline-i kishte parashikuar se si duhet të jepet ndihma e parë edhe në rastet kur kemi të bëjmë me situata të tilla si pandemish, helmimesh, intoksikimesh, pra situata kur ne mbase nuk kemi akses në gojën e personit për të bërë frymëmarrje artificiale ose nuk kemi mundësi të bëjmë kontakte. Po të shikoni edhe gjatë demonstrimit ne thamë që mirë është që frymëmarrja artificiale të bëhet nëpërmjet një mjeti mbrojtës, siç mund të jetë garzha sterile ose face mask ose ambut ose pajisje të tjera, të cilat bëjnë të mundur që ti të mos kesh kontakt të drejtë për drejtë me gojën e personit dhe njëkohësisht mos kontaminohesh. Parimi bazë i ndihmës parë është siguro veten, pastaj ndihmo tjetrin. Dhe nuk ka kusht të ndihmës parë në botë që thotë lër kokën tënde aty në aksident ose rreziko shëndetin tënd për shpëtuar dikë tjetër. Absolutisht ne inkurajojmë të gjithë njerëzit që të marrin të gjitha masat mbrojtëse, që do të thotë, nëse ti nuk ke akses në gojën e personit, se ka raste që ai personi pa frymë është edhe me një gjakderdhje shumë të rëndë nga goja, kuptoni, ne nuk do shkojmë të bëjmë frymëmarrje aty. Atëherë do të vazhdojmë vetëm me masazh kardiak. CPR-i përcakton që prioritetet në rastin e masazhit kardiak janë e para shtypjet e kararorit, që për ne nuk është se shkaktojnë një problem ose nuk mund shkaktojnë kontaminimin e personit që po jep ndihmë. E dyta defibrilimi, papajisja e defibrillatorit, dhe e treta frymarrja. Dhe nëse ne nuk kemi mundësi ta bëjmë frymarrje, atëherë do të vazhdojmë me shtypjet derisa të vinë ndihma. Faleminderit.
Faleminderit. Pyetje tjetër? Po.
Përshëndetje. Përshëndetje. Ekliver Laloçi, Inspektoriati Punës përgjegjës sektori inspektimi. Pyetja ime i drejtohet zotit Gustavo Estrada, nuk e shikoj sepse është mbrapa. Por jo vetëm, ndoshta dhe zonjës Bogdanova, por dhe zotit Delatores, ka të bëjë me dokumentin e vlerësimit të riskut. Rreth viteve 2010, mbas daljes së ligjit për sigurinë dhe shëndetin në punë, ligji 10-239/18 i 2010, politikat edhe në Shqipëri politikat e sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë janë orientuar mbas dokumentit vlerësimit të riskut. Pyetja ime konkrete është kjo. Mbasi hartohet dokumenti i vlerësimit të riskut, kur nuk ka një ndryshim procesi teknologjik në sektorin përkatës, kush është periudha kohore mbi cilën bëhet rinovimi i këtij dokumenti? Dhe kush është periudha kronologjike që instruktohen punëmarrësit që operojnë mbi këtë dokument, punëmarrësit gjatë procesit punës. Në çfarë periudhe kronologjike bëhet instruktimi teknik, do thoya. Dhe ky instruktim teknik në bazë të periudhës kronologjike që ju ndiqni, ka diferencë për punëmarrësit e kualifikuar dhe punëmarrësit e thjeshtë apo është dhe sem, është e njëjta gjë? Nuk e di nëse isha i qartë, ju lutem. Do më thëmë, periuda kronologjike mbi cilën bëhet instruktimi teknik i punëmarrësve, dua eksperiencën tuaj dhe. Dhe rinovimi i dokumentit të riskut, nëse nuk ka ndryshim procesi teknologjik, në çfarë periudhe bëhet, si operoni juve për ta kuptuar ndoshta dhe audienca dhe në të gjithë. Faleminderit.
Excuse me. So first of all, thank you very much for your question. First of all, I must stress that risk assessment is the basis of all of our activities. So it's the very first step. So we first collect all project context information we have about not only project activities, but also office activities. And then we conduct risk assessment. This is a process shared by all line managers, all areas, and then also with the involvement of workers. When we have many workers, then also in line with the Albanian legislation, representatives of the workers are selected to participate in this process of identifying and assessing risks and identifying the appropriate barriers, the appropriate mitigation measures to lower down the risk to acceptable levels. Then once the risk assessment document specific for each workplace and activity, job description, and so on and so forth is then disclosed to workers, all required training. So in part, once we have the risk assessment finished, then training matrix is developed to make sure a specific for training matrix specific for each job description is developed and then implemented to make sure our workers are properly trained, informed to protect themselves, to prevent or any accidents, or to protect themselves from any hazard. Then, with regards to timing, another aspect of our HSE management systems is the the so-called management of change procedures. So every time there's a relevant change in the process, or let me give you a very simple example. If you expand your office, there might be new risks. So we need to carry out a revision of your risk assessment and all the process related to it, including training and everything, a systematic process to make sure you leave no gaps after the implementation of the change. This is very important, and this is how we proceed in our company. I hope I have been exhaustive in my question. In my answer, sorry.
Good Ed, thank you for the question. As Mr. Russell Prince trained me, there is a dynamic risk assessment and generic risk assessment. And dynamic, as you saw, we do every day with every work, with every hazard. But generic, that's something that is written, officially required by your legislation. And in our example, we had it it is written in our procedures as once per year, you should review it. But we see now in our circumstances that they completely change. There are a lot of new hazards. There are 3 months that war has started. And now we see that we should, our management say, look, take our risk assessment and environmental aspects as well and review completely. So 3 months, it's, you know, maximum that you have changes, you need to issue your new risk assessment generic. Thank you, it's my experience.
So in TAP, the approach is similar to what the colleague says. So we have a different approach to the risk assessment. We have a general risk assessment, not only for the job position, but also the workplaces. So you go to the compressor station, turbo compressor area has a specific risk assessment that, for example, when we have a contractor coming, we provide to them the risk assessment of the area. So they need to reevaluate the risk associated to the activity they are going to perform according to the risk we are having in the urban area. I always put the same example. It's not the same to do a welding here, that welding and an activity which is an ATEX area. So this is an information we provide careful because we have an ATEX area. So this is the first thing, job position, but also workplaces. Also, all the method statement has also included the risk assessment. So the people have the task, but also have what are the risks associated to this task. And this risk, you have also including the permit to work. So you extrapolate this risk, including the permit to work. So not only the risk, but also the mitigation measures. So before starting the permit to work, all the employees also attend to a toolbox talk dynamic risk assessment. So this dynamic risk assessment, the last, let's say, revision that the people now feel, verify that the risks identified in the permit to work are there, mitigation are in place, and there is not an additional risk not identified there. So everybody signed this toolbox talk dynamic risk assessment, accepting that they understand the risk, they understand the mitigation measure. Apart, of course, that my colleague said the general training or the specific training, you have a training matrix in which you have periodical revision, working a high confined space, other training. Thank you.
Me që jemi në fushën e dokumentit të vlerësimit të riskut, unë kisha një pyetje për gjithë panelin. Me qenë se kohët e fundit është vënë theksi jo pak, po në gjithë botën, rrisjeve psikosociale në vendin e punës, sidomos dhe është shkaktuar kjo dhe nga pandemia. Pyetja është, risku psikosocial në vendin e punës duhet të jetë i parashikuar në dokumentin e vlerësimit të riskut? Sepse në mendimin tim sigurisht që po, sepse është një risk që shkakton dhe përbën shkak për aksident në punë.
Yeah, you're extremely right. And, you know, all respects that you as State Labor Inspectorate, you so express a very good level of knowledge and risk assessments, very good and a good example for other countries. And I would say that all social on mental risk, as for example, it was mentioned today, people will not go to work. As for example, there are some hazards at home, so they all should be foreseen in all level, national level, and as well in level of companies. Thank you.
I don't have much to add, but actually it's definitely let's say a topic of risk assessment that many times becomes neglected. So, but the importance of it is unquestionable. So I'm fully supportive. Annie and I, we have you know, our occupational health procedures indicating the need to put as much attention on this topic as we do in other, let's say, more obvious hazards. So I'm fully supportive with, you know, not neglecting and putting us a lot of attention on the assessment of this risk in anticipation, and of course, updating risk assessments according to new, for example, pandemic scenarios with, for example, the change of load of work in a company. Once we increase substantially the load of work, you should have measures in place to make sure this won't lead to unacceptable risks with regarding to mental health. So just would like to stress that. Thank you for your question.
Can I just share something? The colleagues were talking about first aid, and you quoted some figures for, you know, so many employees, so many first aiders, and it was like that in the UK. It was always very prescriptive. Whereas now it's risk-based and depends on the risk, depends on the number of first aiders. But just to share a story, one of my directors came to see me a while ago and he said, I believe we're doing some first aid training. I said, yeah. He said, can I go on the course? I said, Ian, you don't like blood. He said, yeah, I know. I said, well, why do you want to do a first aid course? He said, because I've got kids. And I had to say yes. And I thought about this afterwards, as you said, somebody said before, I reflected, because I reflect on a lot of things that people say to me. And I thought, you know what, why don't we look at what we've been talking about today in terms of culture? And if we say to our staff, you can come on the course because obviously provide first aid at work, but we can also provide first aid at home. So after this first aid course, what I said to my HR director was, can you ask all the people in the organization who've got children if they want to do a pediatric first aid course? And she said, well, what's that got to do with work? I said, if the people feel comfortable that they can look after the children at home, they'll thank the company for doing that. So it's helping to drive the culture because they're getting something from the company. But also, we've been through this horrible COVID thing, and all the ER rooms, the hospitals, everything, they're all overloaded. So perhaps if we could do a little bit of something for, you know, ourselves, and perhaps treat some of the people ourselves, because we've got these first aid skills, then we reduce the burden on the health services. And the final thing I want to say is I saved a life once with a little child in Crete, and he was choking, and he was stood in front of me. And I say this all the time I teach people, it comes out somewhere on the course. And this little kid, he was making some really weird noises in front of me. And his mother was talking to somebody in front of him, and the kid was making even more weird noises. And then he started sort of making even louder weird noises. His mother turned around, and I always describe it as the E.T. moment, where E.T. looked at the little girl. So the little girl looked at E.T. in the wardrobe, and she screamed and he screamed. The mother turned around and saw the child choking, and she started screaming, and she didn't know what to do. So I provided the Heimlich maneuver, I think it's called, and this boiled sweet went flying across the room and he started breathing. She dragged him out the store, smacking his backside. I don't know why. She was probably stressed. She didn't know what to do, but that kid was still breathing. And when I walked away from there, and maybe an hour later, I went into a little bit of shock because I thought that could have been one of my kids and somebody behind them might not have been able to do the first aid. So for me, I always believe that first aid should be a primary skill all parents should have. And I think as employers, what we could be doing is doing something for that, for them, if you like, to provide that. And that way they'll also come into work and it'll just, it's like this indivisible whole between life and work. Yes, life's important. We go to work to live, or do we live to work? A conversation we had last night. But if we can do something about it as employers, then perhaps it might make a difference. Thank you.
Gallegos, I think you had a comment as well. Yeah.
Well, for the psychosocial, it's I fully agree. This is a very hot topic as well. Normally, when we think about risk assessment, we focus on safety, no? But normally, mental health is something which is psychosocial or even ergonomy. No, they are the two things, the low brothers, let's say, of HSE. No, but we in TAP we have reflected this in our risk assessment, and also companies promoting some even mandatory training for employees about the stress management and mental health. And we have also a health well-being program in which we have different initiatives for the workers as well, focus on this topic. Even pandemic learned a lot, I think, to all of the companies know this topic. We had employees with 3 kids, 80 square meters confined, but also we have employees alone. And the same, which is so hard to be with 3 kids in 80 square meter, it's even hard to be 3 months alone at home without being able to talk. So we had different initiatives in order to promote these kind of things, thinking of the mental health of our employees as well in these circumstances. Coming to your question, I think it's a good point as well. Before pandemic, also in TAP, we organized a first aid training oriented for families. So it's not the same to apply a CPR for an adult than for a kid. So we try to also promote these kind of things about when you have a family, a kid, how to be careful because you can break, the bones to a kid if you apply with the same strength as this CPR. No? So this is something we did with our company doctor, this kind of training. Thank you.
Ishte ky sesioni I pyetjeve. Ju falenderoj panelin, gjithashtu e ftoj që të qëndroj përsëri pasi do të jetë pjesë. Kemi edhe një pyetje tjetër? Po.
Hello everyone, I'm Victoria Hoy from GIZ Albania, and I have a question for Mr. Jose Manuel de la Torre Gallegos, sorry if I said it right. I wanted to ask 2 questions specifically. One is if they report the greenhouse emissions TAP in Albanian government. And the second question comes that when it comes to inspection and leak detection, and especially with the areas where the pipelines they pass, we know that during the time they become more difficult to access by humans. So do they use technologies that they are more in the market, like drones now in their methodology, or they continue to maintain the areas where the pipelines they pass so they are more accessible for the workers for their safety?
So normally this campaign uses these cameras that you can detect from the distance. So it's not necessary, let's say, to be close. So that's something you monitor all the facility. And at the end, of course, it's not the same to have leakage in a buried valve than to have leakage in a area where you have easy access. So for this reason, in this plan, we identify activities you can do immediately, intervene. Other activities, even in some cases, we require to stop the facility. So that's something we need to evaluate first. But for the security supply, we mentioned before. This is an important topic, but normally you evaluate all the sites, not only this area with easy access or the other one. And the other question was, sorry?
If you report greenhouse gas emissions
yes,
to the Albanian government.
According to the Albanian law, we will have an annual environmental report, and normally in this report we include also our emissions that we have in the company. Even not necessarily still mandatory or whatever, we have a specific greenhouse gas report, because the other one is environmental general report where we include it, but we have also preparing for each country specifically how gas report to submit. Nevertheless, this methane emission regulation, at the moment, the applicability will be EU countries. So this is something we asked to the European Commission, because we need to understand when we need to report if we'll include Greece, Albania, Italy, only Greece and Italy. At the moment, they said the applicability is only EU countries. But at the end, of course, Albania will evaluate in future to join also this initiative.
Thank you.
Last question, if there is one. Yeah.
Thank you. Andrea Romeo from
Thank you.
Coming to the questions you made, yes, we do patrolling. We do patrolling, walking patrolling, which is routine, is via vehicles. Recently, we are doing air patrolling. So once a month, a helicopter is flying all over the pipeline. So we are checking also for gas detections. And in special zones, we will introduce also the drone patrolling. So all the methods are there that we are applying.
Also, I forgot to mention that the lead detection campaign we are using now is the typical thing, use this camera FID. There's a lot of movement on this topic. So 2 weeks ago, there was also an analysis also in the compression station close to Brussels, where the European Commission attended, and different European TSO, in order to also demonstrate the accuracy of the different methodology for quantified methane emissions. So not only use the camera, but also they are now exploring the use of drones, satellites. So this is something probably in the coming years is going to progress very, very fast as well.
Okay, so Andrea Romeo from SNAM. My question is for Gustavo Estrada, and it is related to the SPI index that you have shown in your very nice presentation. It's an incredible job if we consider even let's say the context and let's say the fact that the oil and gas industry is under development in Albania. So the question is, the SPI is linked to any penalty or any award for the contractor? I mean, if they reiterate a bad approach, what happened to them contractually speaking? And if it is not, why did you choose to not include this within the contractual relationship? Thank you.
Excellent question. Thank you. So there are several ways of, putting, let's say, pressure on the contract based on that. Let's put in these words. As I demonstrated, I show it in one of the slides, in case the work repeatedly loses all his points, we can basically activate the clauses of the HSC disciplinary clauses of the contract, and this might be different according to the type of contract. Then another way, there are many ways of using it to make sure the contractor gets sensibilized, is that, as all companies do, at the end of the works, the end of the contract validity, we in E&I, we need, as per also our procurement procedures, we need to prepare an evaluation report, including the HSC part, and the SPI is included. The outcomes of the Pact for Safety as a whole, but in particular the SPI, how the SPI progressed during the activities is included, has been included where the Pact has been implemented, and this is also our case here in Albania. It is included in the report, so the contractor knows that if they not perform well on the HSC point of view, this will be captured by the SPI, and the SPI provides a tangible, a number. It's not just several evidences put together that try to summarize in a report. Is a number, and then it's taken into consideration for future tenders. And because of that, a contractor may be even excluded from the vendor list. Thank you again for the question.
Thank you everybody. Falenderoj gjithë panelistët për sesionin e tretë, gjithashtu I ftoj që të qëndrojnë në panel, pasi do të jenë përsëri. Falenderoj zotin Cura, cilën e ftoj që të ulet në sallë. Për pak momente do të na falni, pasi do të përgatitemi për sesionin e katërt, I cili është mjaft interesant. Gjithashtu ftoj zotin Andrea Romero nga SNAM SPA, Head of Environment and Audit, të ulet këtu në panel, si dhe ftoj zotin Dr. Panopoulos të moderoj sesionin e katërt.
Conversation, so I have to see. All right. Thank you. So perhaps I will need, no, I don't need that. Okay, oh, lovely. So we've got 5 people from oil and gas today. I would like to make a very specific reference to the presence of Olga, who is in fact a refugee at this time, as she comes from Ukraine. And I would like to thank her for being with us. Currently, she lives in Germany, and she traveled from Germany to be with us. Thank you, Olga. Thank you, Gustavo. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Alton. I would like to start from where you finished your discussion about risk assessment. We talk about safety, so risks, and I believe that risk assessment is a key issue. Is it a key issue in industry? Let's make a quick poll. Is it, Olga?
I would, should I answer either?
Yes
yeah.
or no?
But yeah, okay. Leadership, I would say a key issue, but then risk assessment.
All right.
Well, it is, as I said before, we don't start any activity, we don't change any activity without carrying out risk assessment, and if needed, updating it, correcting it according to a change in the process or in the context.
Jose?
Yes,
That's lovely.
Absolutely, it's key aspect, but not for tickets on the box. It's really to do the risk assessment. The employees know the risk assessment, the risk associated to that. And this is something I can also tell you a real case I have this week. I'm based in Switzerland. You know, it's where we have the headquarters of TAP. We were doing some renovation, no renovation. We're leaving one of the floor, and we had a contractor going there, not to clean there, paint. So I asked about risk assessment. They didn't know what was that. Switzerland, the safety perception is something that for me looks like we were talking to people from other planet, because what they told me at the end is, no, we have this leaflet that we have from the SUBA, is the provider, let's say, of this thing. And we have given this leaflet at the entrance for the people to be aware about that. Sorry, this is not a risk assessment. So it's an example I have a few days ago.
Very good, very good. Very useful, this information, because I would like to build up a discussion with the floor, finishing this survey. Andrea?
As you know,
No, it's closed now.
Sorry. As you know, I've always, let's say, to disagree with someone. So for me, risk assessment is not a key issue, it's a key opportunity. It's a completely different story, because the risk assessment is the tool by which we are able to identify our risk, and we are able to develop the specific measure that we can implement in order to deal with this risk. And more, again, it's a strategic tool, because if we bring the risk assessment outside from the perimeter of the HSE and we bring it to a corporate level, okay, if we see all the processes integrated all together, we will be able to deal also with the strategic risk for our companies, basically.
Thank you. Alton?
Yeah, well, I think it's a good point. In my opinion, risk assessment is a very important document, but I want to stress a document, and it is as good as used by people. So I think that's the key thing. I mean, we can make the best pieces of papers, best risk assessments, and we can take some signatures from people, say that they understood, yes, it's fine, but if they haven't really understood it, and if management really don't worry about making people understand them, then these pieces of paper, I don't think have any value.
Super. I think this lady and the gentleman gave us a very good approach to risk assessment. Now I would like to address to the floor and tell me, what do you believe that is the reality in Albania as average? This risk assessment document is just a copy-paste document. Who believes that in up to 10% is just a copy-paste document? Raise the hand. Up to 2%, right? Who believe it's up to 20% copy-paste document? Thank you. Who believes that 30 is up to 30%? Thank you. Anyone a better price, 40%? 40%? 40%? Yes. Better price, 40%, thank you. 50%? Do we have any offer for 50%? Yes, we have 50%. Excellent. Now, let's see if it's more than 50% a copy-paste document. 60%, 60% one, 60% two, well, 50%.
I would say it's not only Albania, it's most of the EU countries.
Why? But here we have to resolve our problem first. Let's see, but it's important to know it's not only Albania. Thank you, Jose, because also in other countries. And my experience is copy-paste, so you can have a risk assessment or a health and safety plan for a new building, and they talk about explosives, for instance. Okay, demolitions in a greenfield project and anything else. So the question is,
because my starting point is from the questions we had before from the labor inspectorate. And we have these people who work, I mean, oil and gas is working on safety 100 years now, more or less, because accidents cost dramatically. Let's put it like this. So it's very likely that in most cases we have documents just to complete the package, just to tick the box. A risk assessment, yes. Health and safety plan, yes. Health and safety plan file, yes. Permit to work, yes. This, yes, that. And the second question now, because I think Gustavo touched the matter, and also Jose later on, who is responsible for the risk assessment in your company, Anton? Is the safety manager for that? I'm not talking about the procedure as procedure, but the risk assessment on the daily work.
So I think, I mean, the practice we use is, and which shows to be effective, is that the key people to contribute in the risk assessment are the people who know the work, who are doing the work, with the support from safety to give the structure and all the references and everything else.
No? This time so, what do we have here? We call the experts consult. Oh, Rus, yes, please.
Just to share a little story, a friend of mine, I said to him, did you vote in or out for Brexit? And he said, I voted out. This guy is 70 years of age. I said, why did you vote out? And we had to, didn't we? I said, well, why? Because I like asking why. He said, well, everybody did. I said, no, not everybody did, because there was a percentage that did and a percentage that didn't. Yeah, but everybody I know did. So I said, well, why did you do it? He said, because they did. I said, right. I said, what's the benefits of coming out of Europe and what's the consequences? He said, I don't know. I said, but everybody did it. So we've been talking today, and some of the colleagues on the stage here have said things, and they've said things like, just let me made a couple of notes. They said about behaviours, safe behaviours. We've talked about risk assessments and controls. So the way I look at it, and the word that Olga used, dynamic risk assessment, it is the people who keep us safe. It's the people who do the risk assessments. But for me, it's all the employees. But the only way to get them involved is to teach them. But it's not to teach them. They've got to educate them, because educating them, you understand. And people have mentioned involving people and empowering people and giving them the opportunities. But again, it's all about the education, because without the knowledge, you can't do anything. And, you know, we could do this with our children in schools. We can also do it with our employees. So for me, the words that you use about safe behaviours, that's the key thing, changing the behaviours of the people. And you can only do that by educating them. And by the way, that's what I do. That's why I use the word educate quite a lot. Okay, thank you, George.
So we go back to people who they do the work, but in many countries, like my country and here, the companies come to the experts. They look for a consultant outside of the company to prepare a risk assessment. Well, can you give me an idea? Well, I suppose, do you make the risk assessment as a standalone thing, or it's together with a method of work? As one thing? That's two different things? Please. Yeah.
No, it should be an integrated activity. You cannot do a document and then separately a risk assessment. This is something also we did in this method statement I mentioned. For me, it's something that even for each task, not only document, method statement, and then appendix risk assessment. The ideal should be task one, I isolate, I do this activity. This is the hazard associated mitigation measure for this activity. It should be the
right.
PPs or
let's then consider of a very simple task. No, a simple activity, 5-10 tasks, involve some equipment, a group of 7-8 people. How much do you want to prepare? How much time do you need to prepare such a risk assessment? An estimation, it's half an hour, it's a day work. What would you say? Gustavo, yes. Yeah, it's not.
I would say it depends on the complexity of the tasks. It depends on the number of disciplines involved. As I was saying in my presentation, I guess, or one of my answers, you need to involve the line managers, which could be a way of calling, the persons in the company, the workers who really know how to do a certain job. So it depends on the complexity. It may take a few minutes if it's a on-spot risk assessment, real time. So you are facing a situation that was not expected, and as per the behavioral, so-called behavioral safety, one should have within it, the culture of assessing all the time, continuously, all risks. We're joking about we should have a risk assessment to move that table over there. This is the culture of assessing risk assessment all the time. And you can even, for simple 5 tasks, you may need 2 days of workshop with your experts.
Right, thank you. That's very helpful, these 2 days, because I was about now to ask you about a routine work to go out from something that happened just now and could take a few minutes or what. So say 2 days, say 1 day, 2 days. Now, see what is the story. You receive offers from consultants for a risk assessment of your company. Well, if it's office work, I understand. But if it's manufacturing, or if it's a construction site, you receive offers. And you, my dear owners of the companies, or safety managers of the companies, or project managers of the project, want to pay something few hundreds euros. It doesn't work simply. You waste your money, you have a tick, but really, I wonder why I'm not changing my job. What to do? To advocate, to consult victims, to win the cases in the court, where I have to face all this copy-paste health and safety plan and risk assessments. And now I'm coming to the role of the labor inspectorate, because they in Greece as well, they pretend that every company now has a safety practitioner and they have risk assessment. I don't care. I don't care at all. All you have to do is, can you explain to me your risk assessment? End of story. Or what we do, now I come to your contractors, how you will help, because you have the knowledge. Is anyone who is doubting that the industry, oil and gas, and these chaps here possess the knowledge? No, thank you. So you have the knowledge. Now you have to spread this knowledge, come to education, and train the others. So how the contractors they work with you can gain from you? What do you do for them? Yes, Andrea.
Okay, let's say I will bring a few elements from my previous experience, so not my current experience, because I've been in Albania for 3 years, since 2019. One of the really difficult tasks that we need to face was how to bring on board contractors that were reliable for our client. which, by the way, is sitting here myself. We find several ways, several approaches, and we tried at least. Finally, the best one was definitely to sit down with them, to discuss with them, to explain the content of a couple of standard documents that we prepared. It was not our duty, it was not our task, but we prepared a couple of standard documents in order to facilitate them to get on board. Okay, we explained the content, we helped them to organize themselves, okay, in order to be able to provide that level of services that our client asked us to provide. This is the idea. Okay, we have been perfect. No, as we said several times in other meeting and other Safety Gala, there is no right recipe. Everything should be customized and standardized with respect to what you are doing, where you are doing it. And basically it all boils down to commitment. If you're not committed to transfer this knowledge and treat your contractors as your partner, okay, this won't happen. And this is something that happened even between TAP and the GSCO at that time, because at that time we worked as a partner. Okay, we started with at that time with Mylinda, and we remember that those days before, and then we moved on with all the other colleagues from TAP, and some results. Okay, okay. We've been perfect? No. Are they perfect now that I left? No. They will be perfect? No, because perfection does not exist. This is my opinion.
But they're better. They are better now.
Probably, but my ex-client should say that.
So I think it's key to speak the same language. So you cannot have this standard and then the contractor have this standard. So you need to involve them in order to try to understand that how safety is important for you, and say that always in TAP, for example, we say safety is our #1 core value, not our #1 priority, because priority change, values are there. So that's a key aspect we also tell to them. And 2 initiatives we did, I think work well, Andreas here, but we do, for example, quarterly incident review panels. So in which we sit with all our main contractors from Greece, Albania, and Italy. We select the 2 relevant incidents happened during this quarter. In some cases are near miss or very near miss. Hopefully we don't have many incidents. And we ask the contractor to explain what happened there, but not to reinvestigate, because we sit there the managing of the company. So we sit not the HSE team, we sit the O&M manager or the O&M engineer or the person who was there. And the question we ask them is, what would you do differently to this happen again? Or what is your responsibility here as a O&M manager? Why this incident happened? So these questions are in order to share lesson learned, in order to, good sharing the good practice, in order to see how important, because at the end, these things are helpful to create an HSE culture. No? This is one thing we do, this incident review panel, but also something we start in the project phase, but we continue now in operational phase, is also to do an HSE event in which we involve our main contractor, but at sponsor level. So it's a meeting that is led by operation director, in the past project directors, not led by HSE. So we are supporting. Even normally in this meeting from HSE is myself and 2 people more. And we see the sponsor level there, the managing director or the O&M director of the company, in order to discuss for 1 day. Before pandemic was full day, now with the video conference was a little bit shorter, to explain that, okay, what we can do differently, what are your plans for this safety aspect, etc., in order to involve from high level from the company to discuss safety topics. So it's not an HSE meeting by HSE team. It's an HSE meeting at sponsor level with directors to talk about safety. That's an example about 2 initiatives we do in order to involve and to engage our contractors.
Thank you. Thank you, Jose. Yes.
Georges, your questions, they inspire me to think about risk assessment in another way. It's a question to you. So do you consider risk assessment as standardized work more or creative work? What do you think?
I think it's a tool an opportunity, as Andrea said, that you may have this generic risk assessment, if you like, as a base, but then let's say that we had this risk assessment for people working or speaking in this panel, but the very last moment we needed another chair. So we need this last minute risk assessment. So cannot be the work of the safety manager, because safety manager might not be available and the whole process has to be delayed. Maybe we have a process in the plant and we have decided that we bring a contractor today in, and the contractor is changing the plant for whatever reason, because it's construction. So we stop everything, production, construction, come back to discuss and then continue. No, this is last minute risk assessment, dynamic risk assessment, whatever you want to call it. Is it standardized dynamic risk assessment all through industry? No. Is it? Dynamic. Okay, we use it. Dynamic then. You can adopt it. Dynamic risk assessment. But so have I answered your question?
Yes, just at my point to add that, you know, we usually use, you know, this approach for many years. There are SOP, standard operating procedures. You make risk assessment. You should act 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I think now, because the you know, so big changes, so fast changes, it doesn't work properly anymore. I suppose that now it's a good transformation from the standards to creativity in terms of health and safety. As you know, the creativity is one of abilities for futures that we should train also all people in creativity. It's the same way with contractors. The advantage is when we do risk assessment with such kind of creativity, it's interesting. It's more interesting. But of course, it creates some, you know, where they go, in which way the creativities will go. That's the question, dilemma.
Let's put it then as that. We make a risk assessment that includes the hazard identification. We're talking about this standard operating procedure at this very moment, in this environment, under the certain conditions. So if it's not dynamic, it's something else. Something is missing. If it's critical, bad luck. If it's not critical, we're lucky. Gustavo, how do you help your contractors? And I have a question here, because I saw this pact, but I have a question. I've seen a lot of data collection, data analysis, and reporting. Have you measured how much time you need, how many man-hours you need on a monthly basis per site, per plant to do this work?
Thanks. This is a very good question. Starting from I see 2 questions. The second one, of course, this depends on for example, here on the number of contractors, on the complexity of the project, and so on and so forth, number of workers. For example, here in Albania, we have only one contractor. Is you know, geophysical survey. It's much simpler, so it's easier. And we, in this case, for example, we planned for one additional HSE supervisor, so that we could carry out the you know, usual HSE supervision, but then including the implementation of the Act for Safety, because then our HSE supervisors, they are also the trainers for the contractors' employees, employees. So it depends very much on the context. In countries where we produce, or in refineries, we might be speaking about really hundreds or even thousands of hours of work. It's definitely not easy. You probably noticed the number of coefficients in the algorithm. So it's really, really demanding. So this is a way of, and this brings me to the first question. So how E&I support contractors. I'm not going to repeat with what my colleagues already mentioned. We pretty much have the same approach. So we have, for example, I need to leave at 3 p.m. because I have a meeting with the contractor exactly to do that, to go and explain our, in this case, our specific procedure that they are clearly not being able to understand, to achieve, you know. So we do it. We have several types of HSE meetings we carry out to support the contractors, but I would like to add to what we have already raised in this discussion is that maybe one of the main roles of the oil and gas industry, because we are generally operating under high complexity, we are always on the spot, we are always controlled, because we for many years we had a very bad perception from stakeholders, and then we have a lot of pressure also from our shareholders, because of course any accident then has not only financial consequences but also reputational consequences for the company. So we have many drivers, many factors leading the industry to operate through the highest possible safety standards, to develop innovative solutions, to improve technologies, but also behavioral safety initiatives like the one I was describing before. E&I is not the only one investing on behavioral safety, on addressing the human factor. This is only one example by E&I. I'm sure my colleagues could show similar initiatives in their companies. And hence, one of our key roles to raise the bar also for contractors, so that if they want to work with us, they need to increase their capacity, their safety culture, their management systems, and so on and so forth. And many of these contractors then go and work also for different industries, for mining, for other industries, construction, and they will probably, once they work for the oil and gas, they will have raised the level of safety, and this will benefit everybody. This is only what I wanted to include with respect to what my colleagues had already mentioned.
Elton, would you prefer to work with a contractor who has proved very successfully, safety-wise at least, with any in another project, or would you select another contractor who has no experience in your industry?
Of course, having to work with contractors who are experienced should be an advantage. But I think it's always, let's say, saying trust and verify. So it's key also to assess and verify.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the experience is key.
Between two contractors, similar to everything else, but with experience and a good recommendation, would be more preferable. Yes, because Gustavo said that this contractor has to invest some way to develop themselves. So, right. Now the question is, if I work with Eni or with TAP or with Elton or Smart Energy, I have to raise my standards. Well, is it only the safety standards, or is other standards overall that has the contractor to develop? Andrea? You always do the wrong movement.
It's everything basically. Is everything linked? Because if you have a contractor who works according to higher safety standards, it means automatically that the contractor is working on a high quality level. And I'm saying that in particular, I will make an example outside the oil and gas industry, okay, just to bring some other elements to this table. Toyota, the car manufacturer, okay, is very well known all over in the world for its industry and for its total quality management. They based all their success on the 5S approach, the lean manufacturing system. I'm not gonna explain what it is, but the core of these elements are sort, set in order, shine, standardize, and sustain. It means that we have to organize things, to keep them in order, to sustain them. And so the change process also needs to be sustained. And only through these steps, you might reach outstanding results. Now, Toyota is thinking about introducing a success, which is safety, because they see safety as an interruption of their production process. So it means that it might have a huge impact on their value chain, because when they produce, okay, they have everything which is perfectly timed, perfectly calibrated, perfectly structured. It means that if anyone get hurt, okay, this is a problem of production for them because they don't have a warehouse. And this is an element. The same applies to our industry. If we have someone who dies within a construction site, it depends on the country, on the regulation of the country, so on and so forth. But you can be sure that for at least 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, the site will be blocked and you don't go ahead with the works.
Thank you.
So for me, it's not a matter of ethics, or it's a matter of business. And I totally agree with you when you say that, George.
Thank you, Andrea. And you see, Jose, how things come. It's a matter of business. It's a matter of sustainability. That's why we're always now getting more and more often about sustainability. Sustainability means stay there, be in the business, be safe, and continue being developed. So safety is not just the helmet or the safety boots. That's 100 years ago. It's not an engineer's job. As a teamwork. And it's not as simple as used to be. And these distinguished panelists here explain this in many, many ways through their presentations and during this time we had together. So I would like to ask each one of you to make a final statement, because what I feel is that people would like to stay longer. I'm sure we're out of time. This discussion can go till the evening up easily. And however, let's keep about the program. So if we have one statement from each one of you, I start with you, Olga, and the floor should prepare their questions, final questions to ask and be answered, and then go for the cocktail. Because I'm hungry. You had one. It's orange.
Yes. And what does it mean? Dangerous.
Let's say yellow.
Yellow, green.
Exactly.
Okay. Dear colleagues, so from my experience, I want you all feel it that all risks are manageable. All risks, even first days of such destructive war, we were thinking, no, we cannot manage it. But then, based on experience, based on safety culture, we can find efforts to continue even in some extreme conditions, work safely. So that's why I wish to all of you to be safe and have this feeling and send it to all people that risk can be managed. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I'd like once again to thank for the opportunity of participating in this event. And maybe my last remark is stressing again the importance of investing on building safety culture, investing on tools for increasing the so-called behavioral safety, because this is the experience of our industry. We can develop all barriers. We can have all barriers possible to mitigate, theoretically mitigate every risk, because every risk is manageable. But eventually there will be one person making a decision, sometimes alone, sometimes in a group, making decisions. And, people need to understand, need to be educated, not simply to know which are the rules, but also the importance of following certain rules. They need to have a safety culture. Otherwise, there's always have leakages. As I've shown in my presentation in E&I last year, more than 70%, almost 80% of our recordable injuries were caused by human factor. That's my final remark. Thank you.
Just in addition, what you mentioned, safety starts with each of us. This is key. Behavior is one of the key aspects. So I've seen in the project in TAP, many of the incidents we had was during construction phase was in flat areas, not in the steep slopes. So you can have a perfect risk assessment, but at the end, if the people who are there are not putting attention, you are doing nothing. So when you have a steep slope, everybody were putting attention, supervisor not looking at the other thing, rescue team there, everybody there. You have a flat area, a slip, trip and fall, cables in the area, no housekeeping, you have an incident there. So, and also your addition about the safety culture is key. But if you don't have management safety oriented, forget about safety culture in the company. Yeah. So that's another thing, because you can spend a lot of money, but if the management at the end taking other priorities, you are spending money there. Thank you.
Okay, so sorry guys, I need a training for the microphone.
3 out of 3.
Okay. My colleagues basically took any possible topic to introduce, but let's say the key element I like to stress again is that we are not talking only about ethics, about human rights, values, culture. We are talking about business. We are talking about something which is, let's say, tangible and that we need to use. And I'm pretty pragmatic, let's say, saying this. We need to use this, this view in order to get on board all these key company functions that usually are more oriented to see the economical aspect and the economical part, let's say, of the problem. Because if we have them on board, everything will be easier because the commitment will go down. And with this commitment, we can do that success approach that Toyota, let's say, is going to introduce. It's anyway, I don't want to be misunderstood. It's a combination of all these factors, at least in my view.
Yeah, I think now it's not much remained. I would just try to make a very quick statement. There is a quote I really believe it by heart, which I think the most effective way of working is working safely. So what does this mean? A very quick example. I was made aware from one of our contractors who was quite in the line, let's say, of the safety standard when we selected them. And we worked very hard with them. It was so tough for them to increase all the systems and improve. But then I heard from them later on that they won another international contract because their safety standard was quite good. So I think there are two key benefits. First of all, you have happier workforce and better profits. So safety means profits. So I think, the most effective way is the safe way. Yeah, that's.
Thank you very much. So the floor, any questions, any comments or proposals perhaps? Bruce, another story? A little one, okay, right. I would like a statement from the Labor Inspectorate. And Mr. Germani, yes.
The colleagues on the stage who've just been talking a lot about contractors, and very often during the conversations use the word responsibility. If we ever take that word and we split it into two, so the first bit is response and the second bit is ability, just park that for a few minutes. A few years ago in the UK, there was, well, quite a few years ago now, seems like a few years to me, but it was a long time ago. There was a big oil and gas company who had an accident on site. And basically there was an explosion caused by a contractor using a lead light that wasn't the correct one. And it bounced about in the courts for many, many years, and it ended up in the House of Lords, where there was 5 law lords, and they made a decision. And basically what they said was that the people who are in charge of the undertaking are responsible for everything that happens within the undertaking, regardless of how qualified the contractors are. So basically what he said was the company, who I'm not going to name, they were the ones that were responsible for the actions. So if we look at this word responsibility and we take it round, and everybody on the stage has said the same sort of thing in a different way, I think as an employer, you have got to make sure that your contractors have got the ability to give you the response that you're looking for. And that's by giving them as much information as possible. It's not hiding things from them, it's opening them up, show them what you want, and if necessary, provide some training and education for them. And that way, also by doing that, you're going to get these contracts that you use time and time again, preferred contractors, if you like, because you like the way that they work, they will work with you, they will recognize your systems and things like that. But the last thing is, that comes back to what one or two people have mentioned on there, is this word leadership. It comes from safety leadership, because if you haven't got the people at the top who want to allow you to do this, then it isn't going to work. We're all safety people, we're all engineers and things like this, but it's the people at the top that sign the checks. And if they don't make the funds available, I mean, this morning, colleagues from the inspectorate were saying about funding for this and funding for that. If the management of the organisation, the leadership of the organisation don't provide funding, it won't happen. So we need to get them on board as well. And that's the role, one of the other roles of the safety professional, the convincing argument, I think they call it.
Thank you, Rose.
Përshëndetje të gjithëve, unë quhem Ilia Gjermani, jam drejtori I drejtorisë hidrokarbure në Ministrinë e Infrastrukturës dhe Energjisë. Sigurisht është kënaqësi e veçantë që treqereku I panelistëve janë të fushës së naftë të gazit, me të cilët unë kuptohem shumë mirë. Dhe eksperienca ime e mëparshme ka qenë pikërisht në këtë fushë që mbulojnë këta zotrinjt. Unë kam 3 pyetje. Pyetja e parë, ju jeni personat kryesor përgjegjës për çështjet e sigurisë në kompanitë tuaja. Sa respektohet mendimi juaj I shprehur në dokumenta që ju nxirrni për çështjet e sigurisë nga top menaxherët tuaj? E para. E dyta, si e vlerësoni ju sa zbatohet në praktik ato rekomandime, udhëzime, direktiva apo rregulla që ju I keni të shkruara në ato letrat, të cilat quhen risk management ose diçka tjetër. Dhe e treta, meqense jeni duke kryer aktivitet në Republikën e Shqipërisë, në territorin shqiptar, dhe keni një eksperiencë, besoj, në Shqipëri, në marrëdhënie me institucionet në Shqipëri, mendoni që legjislacioni shqiptar në këtë fushë është ai I duhuri, është I mbi ngarkuar apo duhet të përmirësohet? Faleminderit.
I'm not to speak English now or Albanian.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Albanian. Okay. Për pyetjen e parë sa dëgjohemi ne nga menaxhimi, ju bët një ju thatë diçka që thatë ne jemi personat kryesor përgjegjës për sigurinë në punë. Në fakt, në organizatat tona ne nuk konsiderohemi personat kryesor përgjegjës, por ne sepse përgjegjësia është, domethënë gjithmonë përgjegjësia e sigurisë mbahet gjithmonë nga menaxheri në rangun më të lartë dhe nga menaxherët, dhe kjo lloj le të themi spostimi i përgjegjësisë ose alokimi i përgjegjësisë bëhet që vetë menaxherët të mos fokusohen vetëm në progres, por të fokusohen në sigurinë e punonjësve fillimisht, pastaj në progres, si gjëja e dytë. Edhe patjetër, duke qenë kjo lloj strukture, na ndihmon edhe ne që ajo që ne themi realisht të dëgohet me shumë vëmendje, sepse është çështje përgjegjësie, por kuptohet që edhe vetë mënyra e strukturës organizative është e tillë që një pozicion menaxherial para se të merret i bëhen shumë, le të themi, skanime, intervistime, vlerësime në lidhje me eksperiencën jo vetëm në punë, por gjithashtu edhe në pjesën e sigurimit në punë. Domethënë, duhet të jenë realisht njerëz me shumë eksperiencë në sigurimin në punë. Dhe duke qenë të tillë, normalisht të japin shumë vlerë le të themi atyre që ne sugjerojmë. Kjo është për pyetjen e parë, nëse unë kështu e shoh.
Would you like to answer all questions?
Yeah, so pyetja tjetër për legjislacionin, unë mendoj që kemi legjislacion shumë të mirë, por a ka vend për përmirësim? Unë mendoj që ka vend për përmirësim. Sepse unë mendoj që çdo gjë ka vend për përmirësim, po patjetër që ka vend për përmirësim. Mendoj që jemi goxha të fokusuar në struktura, por mund të marrim me sa praktika të mira nga, le të themi, nga industritë, le të themi, siç është industria, le të themi, ndërkombëtarisht, industria e hidrokarbureve apo edhe më tej. Unë mendoj që ka vend për përmirësim, po futesh në detaje. Fal, pyetja e tretë si ishte? Po kjo është e dyta si ishte? Sa zbatohen, po. Në lidhje me zbatueshmërinë, unë mendoj që është shumë relative, pasi vetë njerëzit për mendimin tim e kanë të natyrë, është natyra njerëzore që mundohet të bëjë atë më të thjeshtën, por mendoj që një nga gjërat që ndikon më tepër nivelin e zbatueshmërisë është kërkesa nga ana e menaxhimit, e drejtimit. Nëse drejtimi e kërkon sigurinë, një lloj sikur e kërkon progresin me punën, atëherë zbatimi është në nivele të larta. Nëse nuk kërkohet kështu, nëse një menaxher, le të themi, kemi për të shtruar asfalt në një rrugë dhe një menaxher nuk pyet domethënë se cilat janë masat e sigurisë që ti ke marrë për këtë, por pyet thjesht ai brenda kohës për ta bërë këtë asfalt, atëherë është vështirë. Unë mendoj që në hidrokarbure, duke qenë se rrisjet janë shumë të larta, unë besoj që zbatohen shumë mirë. Është një nivel i lartë zbatueshmërie, por ka vend për përmirësim gjithashtu për të. Është një nivel tek
konkret për tek shelli. Pra pyetja time konsistonin në para supozoni që unë të merrja përgjigje për rastin tuaj konkret, jo përgjigje në parim. Në parim janë 100% dakord me ju. Konkretisht, shelli, si i shikon Shell Albania, këto 3 pyetje që i dha shumë. Dhe më konkretisht, çfarë mendon Shell Albania që duhet të përmirësohet legjislacioni që vepron në fushën e hidrokarbureve në mënyrë që aktiviteti juaj të jetë në përputhje me standardet ndërkombëtare? Cilat janë konkrete? Çfarë legjislacioni? Do të shtojë legjislacioni 746 hidrokarbureve, rregulloret e lidhjes së marrëveshjes hidrokarbure, kod hidrokarbur, kush? Marrëveshja hidrokarbure.
për qenë konkretisht dhe shkurt, nëse mund të përgjigjem, atëherë të themi pyetja e parë sa dëgjohemi, unë besoj që dëgjohemi në shell. Dëgjohemi shumë, është gjëja e parë që pyetemi kur takojmë menaxherët. Nëse do një përgjigje lidhje me legjislacionin, mendoj që është një temë që ka shumë kontent brenda dhe nuk mund të përgjigjem pikë dhe presje. Por që mendoj që mund të bëhet një workshop apo një studim për të dhënë një përgjigje fiks konkrete me shumë pika që mund të përmbante. Në lidhje me pikën e tretë, se sa zbatohen, unë mendoj që zbatohen kënaqshëm, domethënë unë jam në këtë kompani që 6 vite dhe ne nuk kemi pas asnjë dëmtim të rënd personazh, prandaj këtë mendoj që ky është një tregues i mirë le të themi për ta bërë këtë konstatim.
Again, okay. I don't know, maybe 10 times. I think this is an example of my, say, answer to your question. Human beings are, can I say, the most imperfect system, complex system existing in the world. So basically, me, after 7 times doing exactly the same thing, okay, I didn't learn how to properly perform this. So if you ask for a question, and I think that no one of this panel has this meaning during the discussion, that is, oh, we implemented everything 100%. Oh, we are the most, let's say, that we are the top employer in the world. Oh, we are perfect. Oh, we don't have any kind of disruption during business, so on and so forth. No, the answer is no, because let's say we as human beings are complex system. So to answer to your first question, the respect of safety procedures and of our opinion within the company, I like to see it a little more proactively. And I mean, I like to discuss with people, to anticipate problems. If I know that an information needs to come from B that receive an input from A, I like to go to A in order to allow him to provide the information to B and to obtain myself the final information that I need, okay? This is not something which is straightforward for everyone, because some people say, no, this is my duty, this is my task, I need to work within this kind of environment. So I think that the main point here is to be proactive, even to involve the other people, which might be top managers, which might be workers, and to bring them on board. You can do that in many different ways, okay? Shell has its own approach, Eni has its own, TAP has its own. In SNAM, we have the SNAM for Safety project, which is something which is almost in line with the other approaches. Maybe we have different KPIs, we have different tools to record information, but the key thing is leadership and commitment. When in your company, you start to have this kind of mindset, which is not to comply with law, okay? This is the moment in which you start to have a difference even in the more operational line levels of the organization. Regarding the Albanian legislation, I worked in Albania for 3 years, and I have to say it was not an easy task for me, especially because when I came here, I didn't speak a word of Albanian, okay? And so the main difficulty and the main suggestion I might give to those who came here today is maybe to work a little to provide some detailed info about the clear requirement that you have in Albania. Because the Albanian law is, I don't see many differences between what is provided in Italy. Okay, basically the concepts, the basic concepts are not that different, but it's not clear, okay, where you can find the specific information within a set of X documents in another different language. And I have to say thanks to Roland for all the support that he gave me, even when we didn't have a contract, simply because we met at the gala and he told me, go there, check this site, go there, check that other site. And the third one, the third question was legislation, respect,
implementation, responsibility, implementation.
No, I think I replied already. Yes, okay. I think I replied almost to everything.
Very briefly, everybody will be hungry now. I'm not as expert in Albanian legislation, as you know. I have the team here, they are not today. But my experience normally is that in some cases, it's not a matter of the legislation. I'm from Spain, and Spain probably is one of the countries which has more safety legislation. Probably Spain not the safest country as well compared to other countries. It's more to have a legislation that at the end you are making sure this legislation is implemented. Because you have hundreds of decrees, but if at the end this is not translated into the field, it doesn't work for nothing. So I think it's key as well to have a legislation that then is really reflected on field. And the other thing is, in some cases, you have a standard that probably are higher than the legislation. So you need to comply with the legislation, but then you have your own standard that tells you how to have to do. No? In some cases, that's pretty similar approach. And from the first question, I think is key. At the end, the maximum responsible for safety is not the people who are sitting here. It's the legal representative in country, or country representative, or the O&M manager. So they are the first one that should be making sure that everything is done safely. So we are here to let's say, promote them and to guide them in how to implement this way. But at the end, as I said before, you need to have a management safety oriented in order to comply with this. But I always say we cannot see people sitting like policemen. We are here to support that HSE is implementing the day-to-day activities and support that everything is integrated in all the day-to-day.
I don't think I have much to add at this point, but with regards to the Albanian legislation, I honestly, I'm here for less than almost 6 months, more than 6 months. So maybe I'm not the right person to speak about Albanian legislation with regards to occupational safety, occupational health and safety, but my personal experience being the HSE manager and under the after the country manager, the managing director, whichever we call this person, I'm also responsible and liable on this regard with regards to HSE legal compliance, and why I took more or less a couple of weeks dedicated when I arrived here, dedicated to understanding the HSE legal framework of Albania with support of translators, colleagues, also a Google translation for the more simple things. And once again, I'm not an expert on the HSE legal framework of Albania, but what I see, my view is that in Albania, you have everything that is needed to ensure environmental protection, safe work. Of course, there's always space for improvement, but I'm sure that's everything one needs to ensure environmental protection, safety. And maybe one very specific suggestion would be to concentrate. I have the same difficulty to find some documents because there's no one database for all relevant DCMs detailing the 2 key pieces of legislation: the occupational health and safety law, the labor code, and all its health and safety requirements. These are easily found, but then all the DCMs, all the tiniest documents detailing, updating, complementing those pieces of legislation, they are spread over different bases. And this was my main challenge. I've spent many hours in some cases to find some documents. So maybe this is a very simple solution to improve understanding of the HSE legal framework in Albania for new entries, new companies entering in the country.
Let me answer the question: how do we measure how our employees understand instructions? There is a very famous training, Foundations on Safety Leadership, Foundation on Safety Leadership. It's American training. It's good. Why? Because it's for free. So you can take all materials and do it on your own with a lot of pictures in 2 hours. It's included into OSHA's 30-hour training and is mandatory for all who work for construction. And I do recommend to go through it. And one of the main points there is to train supervisors, managers to provide 3-way communication. 3-way, that means that you give an instruction to employee, and then the most important, ask, how do you understand? And then, of course, reflect and add something and correct maybe. And this second stage is always a lot of, another thing and another perception of really what should be done, but employees say probably they understand it in another way. And it's not, let's say, measurement in percentage, but we train our managers to use this 3-way communication. It really gives very good rapid result. How to have a direct response. How do you understand my instruction? Thank you.
I feel that Mr. Germani would like some very concrete answers. I don't know if we have the panel answered his questions. Is still anything that you would like to discuss? Wait for the microphone first. To Mr. Germani, just to close this. Big issue.
I think for those items, we cannot finish up to the next morning or even longer. But my idea was how is the opinion of the foreign company who perform the petroleum activity here in Albania, starting from the exploration up to the transportation as the top have done during recently years. And because I used to be involved, and I am involved with the performation of this company here in Albania. And as representative of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Energy, who is responsible for all the petroleum activity here in Albania, I would say when you, George, make a question, how is the copy-paste of the document
of the
risk assessment, I say 50%.
Yes.
So I said I choose this option because I am very in very reality, because I see in the field what happened. So every company can perform a cup of paper, too many books, according to the regulation, according to the safety structure, according to everything. And the problem is how this regulation can follow by the people. This is the main problem. And I think to behave like a person who are responsible for everything, we have to think, yes, safety is something which is related to the associate at all, not just the regulations. Anyway, I think this event, it will help a lot of in order to understand everyone what's going on and what happens if we don't follow the safety regulations. Safety regulations, according to me, is something which we have to start. But sometimes manager does not like too much to to start from the safety things, because they want to start from the win the money. It's like all the people. Thanks.
Thank you. Now the Labor Inspectorate. Yes.
Në fakt, në radhë të parë dhe përpara se të përfundoj çdo gjë, unë dua t'ju falenderoj juve që organizoni të tilla evente, të cilat na bëjnë të kuptojmë se sa kompani të mira ka në Shqipëri që realisht zbatojnë legjislacionin e punës dhe kërkesat ligjore në drejtim të sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë. Në fakt, të flasësh për çështjet e sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë nuk mjaftojnë këto 4 orë apo 5 orë që ne diskutojmë këtu, dhe sidomos pjesa e dokumentit vlerësimit riskut, dhe dua t'i përgjigjem dhe pyetjeve që zotria i bëri dhe panelit, ndoshta sidomos në raport me legjislacionin që mbulon sigurinë dhe shëndetin në punë në Shqipëri. A ka nevojë për ndryshime? Në fakt, të pyetje në radhë të parë ne duhet t'ia drejtojmë vetes tonë që kontrollojmë se sa i zbatueshëm është ky legjislacion, kush janë problematikat që ky legjislacion nuk zbatohet me përputhshmëri, dhe ndryshimet ligjore i propozojmë ne të parët. Sigurisht që në raport dhe me problematikat që has punëdhënësi në zbatimin e tyre. Ka shumë kërkesa ligjore siguria dhe shëndeti në punë. Sigurisht që kemi përputhshmëri me legjislacionin europian, dhe siç e thash dhe në prezantimin tim, sigurisht që problemi më i madh që kemi aktualisht nuk kemi probleme me ligjin, por me zbatimin, me implementimin e tij. Se sa implementohet 100% ligji i sigurisë dhe shëndetit në punë dhe i tërë legjislacioni në përgjithësi. Dokumenti i vlerësimit riskut nga pikpamja e inspektoriatit punës është një dokument në zhvillim dinamik, në varësi të aktivitetit, të dinamikës që ka vetë subjekti, ndryshimeve teknologjike e me radhë, dhe në varësi të numrit të punëmarrësve që ka dhe proceseve të punës që kryen një subjekt. Ndoshta sot ai ka një proces pune, nesër e ndryshon, ka një aktivitet tjetër, hap një lloj procesi të ri pune, dhe sigurisht që ky dokument ka nevojë për përmirësim dhe zhvillim dinamik të tij. Se sa përqind nga kontrollet tona zbatohet, mund të them me siguri që kompanitë e mëdha dhe të fuqishme sigurisht që e zbatojnë. Ne problemin më të madh e kemi me kompanitë e mesme dhe të vogla. Ky është problemi më i madh që ka sot në Shqipëri për zbatimin me korrektësi të ligjit për sigurinë dhe shëndetin në punë. Kështu që do doja shumë dhe doja t'ju falenderoj edhe një nga kompanitë që ne në fakt si inspektoriat edhe i rekomandojmë apo i udhëzojmë shumë subjekte, është një nga kompanitë është RMC-ja, e cila realisht bën një punë shumë të mirë në drejtim të trajnimeve dhe të dokumentit dhe përgatitjes së një dokumenti vlerësimi risku në raport me sigurinë dhe shëndetin në punë. Kështu që falenderoj në veçanti zotin Jorgo dhe gjithë kompaninë e tij për këto evente të cilat mendoj që duhet jenë edhe më të shpeshta dhe të thirrën dhe aktivitete ndoshta jo vetëm fusha e hidrokarbureve e tjerë, por ndoshta edhe për aktivitete të tjera të cilat paraqesin një risk në raport me sigurinë dhe shëndetin në punë. Ju faleminderit.
Thank you. And I think we come to an end because, as Mr. Zermani said, we can stay here until tomorrow. But I remember somebody mentioned a workshop here. Ed from the State Labor Inspectorate described the situation very carefully. And I realized that for the industry, it will be a benefit to have trained, experienced, developed contractors, because then the industry can use the same contractors to save time, to save money. And I understand this is a benefit for the contractors. I remember the Vice Minister said we look forward to the next one, which will be the next year.
But the idea is to organize a workshop and invite these companies here and invite contractors, they work with these companies, and then to speak openly and try to educate, to help them, to support them, to understand the benefits. Could be not only companies from oil and gas, could be from mining perhaps, because if you are a good contractor, I'm not expecting that medium-sized contractor will stay only with oil and gas, will do other business as well. So the message will be spread. Don't expect the message to be spread like this. It will take time. And I'm sure if you ask the same companies, they will tell you and they will confirm that it took them time. Well, except TAP. TAP is a new company, but Shell, Snam, Eni, with 100 years or maybe more history, it's keep going.
George,
it is a keep going story.
I would like to say one thing. Snam has 85 years of history, and Jose knows well. We are still in the dependent stage of the Bradley curve. It means we didn't reach into the interdependence. So
and you will never
85
reach
years
it.
of this.
And you will never
Okay, so-
reach it. Not you, none. Okay, so what we can organize is another workshop. And Roland wants to say something. Yes, we have to go. So we're not more welcome in this room. We have to go. So if you go the stairs to the lower floor is the buffet. Okay, we'll see you there. We can continue there. Thank you, Roland, because if you leave me, I stay here until tonight. Thank you very much. Olga, gentlemen, thank you very much.